Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. As you join me this wonderful evening, this is Biafra TV or USB Research, one of your own, bringing you the message that you forgot to understand, and the things that is delaying this movement that we are into. So as I welcome you this wonderful evening, please, I urge you to welcome one another so they can also join us for us to pull the trigger, for us to tell them the bitter truth they refuse to hear, or that they never want anybody to talk about, because of that when we talk about it, the truth is out. That is why we are here. We are here to let you know that the things you think, how you feel, and what you think you know is not the way to have Biafra as a country. And how you feel is not how the international global community is feeling. What you think is not how they are thinking. What you look at, this is the right way to go. In their way, is a wrong way. The things you look at it and said, these are the best way to go to have Biafra as a country, in their own eyes, it's never be the way at all. But rather, you that are thinking that way is wasting your time and also disturbing yourself for that particular way that you are thinking, or in your mind, that is the way that Biafra is a nation. It is quite different in their own way. And because of we never acted in their own way since all this time, that is why Biafra has never been restored as a country. There is how the words and their actions and how they see things and how they view everything. The way of their reasoning happen to be quite different from our own reasoning. The way of their thinking happen to be quite different from the way we think. And them on top of there that are thinking that way is the right source or the right way that we can achieve Biafra as a country. Not the way or how we are seeing it. That is why I always use this word, that the way of international global community is quite different from our own way. Their thinking, their reasoning, and how they are calculating everything is quite different from the way we that think that we want Biafra are seeing things. Our own way of seeing things is never be the way that Biafra will be a country, because for Biafra to be a full nation, it is not only in our own capacity, and it's not only the way we are seeing it or the way we want it. There is sometimes they said, if the system refuses to change, you change the system. Now, there is when it will be, it must be the system will change you. So the Biafra we are looking for right now, after our peaceful declaration that all this will be a country, is because of we refuse to allow the system to change us. If we could have allowed the system to change us, and we now follow the system and operate the system the way the system wants, maybe Biafra could have been a country over all this long-awaited years. And those that are being saboteurs, those that are sabotaging Biafra today, they might not be there to sabotage Biafra anymore. They will be into one organization where they will be sabotaging and where they will be running a fake government of a fake party that will never allow country to move on. They will be there doing things as an anti-people that never want a good thing of the existing of a nation. These are the areas, these are the criteria I really want us to look into this evening. But if you may look at our headline before we move into the program this evening, the headline has already said why we are here. Our headline, I just have it a little bit, but in full terms of the headline is what I have here. And in the full terms of the headline, what I have on top of the screen is DPM Orabueze with peaceful redecoration of USB and Ipob, Bgc Crc, who is acting as a nation in waiting. Among all this and all the groups that you're seeing today, number one, who is the original government in exile in the eyes of the international global community? Now, the same international global community who is also acting as a country or a nation that are waiting for a peaceful that are waiting for, please, recognition. Among all this noise that are making, that are blowing from here and there, left, right, center, backwards, who is the one really the original government in exile? Number one. Then number two, among all these people that came today fighting for Biafra, who is acting as a nation that the world can talk to? That is our headline. So let me read fully out from here. Under the international law, between Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, DPM with peaceful redecoration of USB, and the BRGIE Ogenkere, Ipob, Bgc Crc, PUC, who is acting as a country in waiting for recognition. The country that the person that will sign treaty on behalf of USB, on behalf of Biafra as a country, or who is that person that the world is seen as a country in waiting? These are the areas that we are going to touch this evening, that will make you to really overlook at some things that are happening today. Then you may understand that those that is happening was meant to happen for you to be strong, for you to stand and believe that you are on the right track by supporting United State of Biafra re-declared on November 29, 2024 in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland. There is a reason why we all went to Latvia, Finland. And there is a reason why Batobi took his time out to plan for the Biafran people to be in Finland. And why that's one thing he planned for us to be in Finland, that make us to transition fully as a country in waiting through a peaceful redecoration of United States of Biafra through Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the Deputy Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. These are the areas that when you look at it, and how every other lost countries, like those I played to you yesterday in my platform, I also played for you in the joint broadcast with Mazekai. When you look at all these things that is happening and all the noise that all these individuals make in social media, you have to have at your mind fully that it is only USB we are declared is the only country you have. That country you have must wait for recognition. All the countries that surrenders, all the countries that we are seeing today, all over the world, that matter of this world or these countries that are existing today, there was a time their situation is like our own case. I have proved it to you. I have made you to understand it that there is no other way around except only through USB we are declared. It is the only way we can have Biafra as our own country. So whatever is delaying us is in our hand. But that delay has gone. When our DPM, Dr. Orabueze, stood up on November 29, 2024, and issued that peaceful redecoration of the lost country and reaffirm it back to us that we are a full country. And there is no other way around. And there is no other thing that the world is looking from us. When the world told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, go and be doing something, this is what the world really meant, for him to go and be doing something. Do something like every other lost countries, like be in exile, issue a peace, form a government, transition to government in exile. When they told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to go and do something, you also understand, or do you know, that it's also including that for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to do something, that he must transition IPOB then into government in exile, and they will have to organize and find one country and issue a peaceful redecoration of the lost country, which is United States of Biafra. Or if you may decide to redeclare back the Republic of Biafra, but that word redeclare must be there. And it must be by forming a structure. Call it a government in exile, not to form the structure. Call them DOS structure or IPOB organization. These are the things that the world is waiting from us to give them, so they can be able to defend us, they can be able to monitor us in due time, and they can ask questions and monitor the structure of the government that we have built as the people of Biafra that won their lost country back. And how they reason and how the laws that guides everything is not in our hand. That's why I told you, non-Biafran today will be the one that will decide how the world or any country will give us recognition. It will only come when those countries decided that it's a full time for them to recognize us, was not going to force them. But our actions of the government, proving readiness to govern his own population, must trigger the international community and every nation that surrenders it that a new nation or a lost country need to be. They are not going to come and say, take it. You will do something that will make the world to come and say, you are now a country. Not what you feel, not what you know, not how you think. And they are the one that are putting the criteria for a country to be. So, like I said, honestly, if you know how, you will thank Dr. Orabueze, the DPM, for effort to keep this movement alive. Please endeavor without wasting time, anytime, any day, any year you see her. Please, she's out for us to worship, even worship her, because she has changed the narrative of the protest, agitation, rebel, insurgency, terrorist, tourism that was been taken to all of us by issuing the peaceful redecoration of Biafra as a country. This is how she has saved our life. Do you know that without this peaceful redecoration, we could have been nowhere to be found, and nobody will have a full mouth to talk about Biafra. And it's going to be easy for Nigeria to useless our leaders. But what you and I is doing today under USB is what is keeping the world. That is what is keeping the world. And that is why Mas Simon Eba, Mas Kanu, they are still alive today. Those who wanted to stop, never you stop. Because when the Nelson Mandela was in prison, the wife abandoned Nelson Mandela, be working with enemies, and finally, before Mandela will come out, he divorced her, and she married those that after divorced her again. Then, on that note, if you are still doubting, if you are still on the fence, I can only tell you to stop being on the fence and face reality. The reality is that the USB has been re-declared. And there will be no another re-declared, even though when the Namibia people try to issue another re-declared, when the world decides to recognize Namibia as a country, they only recognize the first government that issue a peaceful declaration of Namibia. Like I said, what has happened to us that we don't observe that history is repeating our movement. Good side of it, the bad side of it, they are all what we are passing through today. So my fellow Biafrans, like I said, we are diving into the program right now. You know how we do it. We will play the audio 2 times. We come back to analyze it to our people to every layman understanding. I will start from this question. Look at the question is, between Ngozi Orabueze with Government-in-Exile that issue peaceful redecoration of United States of Biafra and Ipob organization, DOS structure, and Ogenkere Bridge, CRC, BGC, who is acting on an international law of statehood under the international law for recognition. Let's listen to this.
In the precise arena of international law and global diplomacy, the concept of statehood is not decided by public sympathy or political rivalry. Instead, it is governed by objective legal metrics, primarily codified under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. When international bodies, foreign ministries, and legal institutions analyze an entity seeking to restore a country, They strictly evaluate the structural design that the movement uses to present its claim. Comparing the explicit models utilized by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's United States of Biafra, USB, Government-in-Exile, the Ipob Directorate of State, DOS, and parallel frameworks like Bgc Crc's CRC BGC, international law separates them into two distinct operational categories. Comparison of frameworks under international law, leader/entity, model deployed, classification in global diplomacy, acting as a state in waiting. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, USB, Government-in-Exile, and Peaceful Redeclaration, State in Waiting Framework. Yes, by setting up a cabinet, ministries, a central citizen registry, and enacting formal bylaws, this structure explicitly mimics the administrative requirements needed to satisfy the law of statehood. Ipob, Directorate of State, DOS. Organizational Directorate, Non-State Actor/NGO. No, designed as an executive board to run a political organization rather than an independent country, its output remains framed around civil agitation and human rights advocacy. Bgc Crc, CRC, BGC. Parallel governing committees. Internal factional committee. No. Under international law, overlapping parallel councils and divided leadership represent political instability rather than a single, unified constitutional authority. Why the US BRGIE model functions as the state in waiting. To successfully transition from a political movement to a recognized nation-state, an entity must drop the language of protest and adopt the behavior of an established administration. The framework chosen by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the only model among the three explicitly tailored to these legal requirements. 1. The requirement of administrative capacity. The Montevideo Convention explicitly dictates that a state must possess a functioning government with the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Foreign governments cannot sign international treaties or recognize the sovereignty of a loose organizational committee like a DOS. They require a formalized administrative counterpart. A government-in-exile, GIE, attempts to build this exact vessel by setting up clear institutional structures that foreign policymakers can legally evaluate. 2. Shifting the focus from grievance to governance. While an organization relying on a DOS structure concentrates primarily on street protests and appealing to international bodies to fix human rights abuses under an existing regime, a GIE framework changes the vocabulary entirely. By issuing a peaceful redeclaration, the government-in-exile asserts its own administrative authority. It shifts the perception of foreign observers from an internal security problem into an independent, organized administration preparing to assume sovereign duties. 3. The hurdle of factionalism in international law. A core rule of international recognition is the presence of an effective, stable, and unified authority. The existence of overlapping committees, such as a DOS competing against separate councils like a BGC or CRC, creates severe diplomatic friction. When representation is fractured among different boards, the international community categorizes the situation as an internal political dispute. A formalized GIE seeks to bypass this by presenting a structured, single line of constitutional continuity. The structural reality. In international diplomacy, an entity is judged by its operational architecture. Factions relying on a DOS or parallel committees continue to engage the world through the language of activism and human rights appeals. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile framework led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the specific model designed to operate on the international law of statehood, using peaceful declarations and institutional statecraft to posture itself as a disciplined state in waiting for formal international engagement. Ngozi Orabueze and USB cabinet actions. This report provides insight into the real-world coordination, public movements, and institutional posture of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's USB cabinet as they navigate global political and legal arenas.
There is things that we have to understand. It's not by saying, but it's by the action. It's not by snapping pictures here and there. It's all about the actions. And those that observing is not you, it's not even me. Those that observing USB movement is not you, it's not even me. For us to observe USB movement, we are going to be having a benefit of doubt or mindset of doubting what the government is achieving and what they are doing. But those that are monitoring the movements and keeping the record in the archive, in the World Index, in the World Encyclopedia, and that is where they are storing the movements. And in all these areas they are storing the movements, they have their own eyes, they have their own witnesses that is monitoring what everybody is doing. I want you to simply ask yourself the same question I am asking, and I am running this program by telling you what I asked before I start giving you the answer. What was my question is, do it on your own, in your phone. Do it on your phone to search. This world we are into the digital era. It's not the era of the 1967, 1970. This is, again, 21st century, where the rules, where the laws has been changed, but they change them standing on all the existing protocol that has been existing before us. That is the only reason why that is the world that are monitoring what we are doing is telling you what you're supposed to be telling the world. But because of your stupidity, because of your ignoramus, because of your envy, because of the jealousness, because of over wisdom you have, could not allow you to present it to the world. Remember these words and go and research about it. Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu said that Biafra, for the second time, we come from diaspora. Our able leader, able president, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, when women in America joined the movement, that Biafra has been restored. And you are here. The two prophecy is being fulfilled. And those who understand that this process has been fulfilled happen to be the international global community, is the only one who understand the criteria, because they are the one who set the rules and the law. The protocol has been there before you start talking about Biafra in 1970 to 1970 that we lost the hands of Nigeria. This laws has been there. And people has passed through this law. And follow the examples and look at the histories and the copy from those that has passed that road that we are passing today, that the world has already been laid down as a principle. And you refuse to walk towards the road. You refuse to obey the rules. Now, it's like you traveling, you see express road, you enter Appian Way in our own language, or you enter a very bad road. That is where all of you in IPOBT today, BGC, CRC, KYP, PUK, and all of you, and those that are planning to bring another group, I will never ask you to stop. And I'm not going to tell you to do not continue creating more groups. The ones that you must understand is that those that grant a nation recognition is not looking at the population, but rather they said, we are looking at the criteria. We are looking at the legal way. We are looking at the diplomacy. We are looking at the structure of a government in exile that issue a peaceful redecoration and has documents at hand as purely evidence. And the government in exile must remove the group from a Protestant group into a structured government of a country in waiting. You are not the one that's given recognition. You are not who sent the road. You are not the one who laid the principle out. You are not the one who set the criteria how to achieve a lost country. Like when Poland achieved their lost country in the hands of Germany and the Soviet Union, they transitioned from protest group to organization into a government in exile and issue a redecoration of what? Poland. When Ethiopia lost their country in the hands of Italy, Ethiopia transitioned into government in exile in London and issue a peaceful redecoration of Ethiopia for the second time. That is what Chukwuemeka needs to have done. That is only mistake I've ever made. Because those who continue in exile, what happened? They are all countries today. Those that in the same 1960 to 1970 to 1970 to 30 stage of 1999, all of them that transitioned into a government in exile, all of them are country today. It's only Biafra. And in the mind as no people, na nkem dị iche bụ aja afa. Ndị be anyị na-ekwu ya n'okwu Igbo si na nkem dị iche bụ gịnị aja afa. That thing that you said, oh, Biafra case is quite different from every other person because you made it to be different. When the mate of Chukwuemeka Ojukwu is building government in exile, he quits. That is why. When those who fought like him and lost or surrender later run away into exile, people like you advise him to stop and they come and form a party. And he will use it to win an election, and he will enter into the president, into the Senate. From there, he can advocate for Biafra, and the world will look at it. And he succumbed to all of you, and Biafra to stay a country today. The answer is no. What Ojukwu failed to do in 1967, 1970, after losing the war from 1971 till he departed from this world, that's one thing he refused to do is where we are today. What is that? Transition from a protest group, from organization of BRGIE into a government in exile and issue a peaceful redecoration of the lost country. And that is only criteria of the world how Biafra should become a country. That is why it is very imperative at this stage that we are into, that you understand what we are doing and what we are doing, and why we must continue to do that. Because we are on the right track to restore Biafra as a country. Through the criteria of the criteria that Poland followed, and Poland later get their country back. We are following the same template that Czechoslovakia followed, and they become a country today. We are following the same road, not the same template that Eritrea followed and succeeded in the hands of Ethiopia. We are following the same road that Algeria in Africa followed, and they become a country today. We are following the same road that Namibia people followed, and they become a country today. We are also following the same road that Nelson Mandela followed, and he won the apartheid regime. We are following the template that India, through Gandhi, followed, and they achieved their country today called India. We are following the same road that Rahman of Bangladesh followed, and Bangladesh becomes a country today. It is very imperative that Nandima is no Igbo no Obona Obozama Kaisia Ogenem Yabua ya lekene egbe anya n'ọdụ na ọ ga-amụta otu esi akpụ ya. That is where we are. And we have learned through Simon, through Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, transition, all of them that we have learned through our DPM that give her the morale, the mind to save our life. Ngozi Orabueze, she is another savior. It's when you sing holy, holy for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Abatobe deserves to be singing holy, holy. Simon is another savior. When he's not there, and this woman took over, Ngozi Orabueze, we're supposed to sing for Ngozi Orabueze. Holy, holy, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is another savior. The present life savior is Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the DPM of citizens of United States of Biafra that was declared November 20, 1924. That is why I'm talking. If Biafra was never declared, I might not be talking because fear could not allow me. Well, listen to the audio once again. I have laid my preamble to you. So please join me as you enter the program. Try and hit the like button. Do not be stingy of subscribing, like, and share, and the comment. The more you comment, the more the YouTube is bringing the videos up. That is why your comment is very important. Once again, happy to you all, and welcome to today's live program. As we move, listen to this again. How the world will see it, not how you see it. How the law back it up, not how you can back it up. How the law told you that you must stop being a protestant on the street, so you must transition into a structure, only one structure, Government-in-Exile, that is the only original, authentic, the legal one, is the one that issue declaration or the one that issue peaceful declaration of a lost country. That is the only legitimate Government-in-Exile. Any other one, na kanta. Any other one, now small organization that's just be like there is something they can do. Why they will do absolutely nothing. The world is watching us. We must give them what they want for Biafra to become a country.
In the precise arena of international law and global diplomacy, the concept of statehood is not decided by public sympathy or political rivalry. Instead, it is governed by objective legal metrics, primarily codified under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. When international body...
Sorry, let's advert. Sorry for that. Don't know where is it coming from, but we must find it out.
These foreign ministries and legal institutions analyze an entity seeking to restore a country. They strictly evaluate the structural design that the movement uses to present its claim. Comparing the explicit models utilized by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's United States of Biafra, USB, Government-in-Exile, the Ipob Directorate of State, DOS, and parallel frameworks like Ogechukwu Nkere's CRC Bgc, international law separates them into two distinct operational categories. Comparison of frameworks under international law, leader/entity, model deployed, classification in global diplomacy, acting as a state in waiting. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, USB, Government-in-Exile and Peaceful Redeclaration. State in waiting framework. Yes, by setting up a cabinet, ministries, a central citizen registry, and enacting formal bylaws, this structure explicitly mimics the administrative requirements needed to satisfy the law of statehood. Ipob, Directorate of State, DOS. Organizational Directorate, non-state actor/NGO. No, designed as an executive board to run a political organization rather than an independent country. Its output remains framed around civil agitation and human rights advocacy. Bgc CRC, BGC, parallel governing committees, internal factional committee. No. Under international law, overlapping parallel councils and divided leadership represent political instability rather than a single, unified constitutional authority. Why the US BGIE model functions as the state-in-waiting. To successfully transition from a political movement to a recognized nation-state, an entity must drop the language of protest and adopt the behavior of an established administration. The framework chosen by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the only model among the three explicitly tailored to these legal requirements. 1. The requirement of administrative capacity. The Montevideo Convention explicitly dictates that a state must possess a functioning government with the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Foreign governments cannot sign international treaties or recognize the sovereignty of a loose organizational committee like a DOS. They require a formalized administrative counterpart. A government-in-exile, GIE, attempts to build this exact vessel by setting up clear institutional structures that foreign policymakers can legally evaluate. 2. Shifting the focus from grievance to governance. While an organization relying on a DOS structure concentrates primarily on street protests and appealing to international bodies to fix human rights abuses under an existing regime, a GIE framework changes the vocabulary entirely. By issuing a peaceful re-declaration, the government-in-exile asserts its own administrative authority. It shifts the perception of foreign observers from an internal security problem into an independent, organized administration preparing to assume sovereign duties. 3. The hurdle of factionalism in international law. A core rule of international recognition is the presence of an effective, stable, and unified authority. The existence of overlapping committees, such as a DOS competing against separate councils like a BGC or CRC, creates severe diplomatic friction. When representation is fractured among different boards, the international community categorizes the situation as an internal political dispute. A formalized GIE seeks to bypass this by presenting a structured, single line of constitutional continuity. The structural reality. In international diplomacy, an entity is judged by its operational architecture. Factions relying on a DOS or parallel committees continue to engage the world through the language of activism and human rights appeals. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile framework led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the specific model designed to operate on the international law of statehood, using peaceful declarations and institutional statecraft to posture itself as a disciplined state-in-waiting for formal international engagement. Ngozi Orabueze and USB cabinet actions. This report provides insight into the real-world coordination, public movements, and institutional posture of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's USB cabinet as they navigate global political and legal arenas.
I hope you are listening. You know, when I said it's not about how you feel, it's not about what I think, it's not about all these individuals that are making noise. That is if it's about you, Biafra will never be a country. Because you are where your brain or where your eyes or things you can only see and imagine and the reason is things that the world has dropped and said it's not the way to go, and you decide to go through that way. And finding Biafra your own way is why it's never become a country until Simon Ekpa, God gives Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, who has brought the new dimension. The new dimension is, and the new dimension comes with multiple dimension. The new dimension comes with what? Multiple dimension. That new dimension brought BRGIE. That new dimension brings in Government-in-Exile that issue a peaceful declaration of the lost country. And today, acting as a country in waiting for recognition internationally. Not how you want it, not what you think, because you are not the one that is giving this recognition. You are just wasting your time and proving how stupid you are. And how you like smile and suffering under one Nigeria. That is why you are protesting on the streets. Let's go down to the program. Let's go down. And I told you my question that I'm giving the answer. So you can also type. My question is, between Dr. Ngozi Orabueze with Government-in-Exile that issue peaceful redecoration of United States of Biafra and the Ipob organization, DOS structure, and Ogechukwu Nkere BRGIE claim, CRC, BGC, who is acting under international law as a country in waiting for recognition. Or you can use a nation, you can use a state to ask this question. And the answer is, in the principal areas of international law and the global diplomacy, the statehood is not decided by public sympathy. For the world to recognize you or call you a country or recognize you, it does not, it's not because of what they said, is not decided by public sympathy or political rival. Instead, is governed by objective legal way, primarily confined under the Montevideo Convention on the right of the duties of a state. The law that guides Government-in-Exile is the law that guides a Montevideo Convention from day the transition began to happen. When international bodies, foreign ministers, and legal institutions analyze an entity seeking to restore a country, they stifle elevated the structure design that this movement used to present its claim. They will first examine the structure. They will first examine from where you are coming to submit the document that you want a country, or you on the protest side. Then they will decide. You see how that you are not the one that is deciding. You, that USB is USB scan, USB terrorist, USB charger, USB, is because of your local and your dumb full of what is full your brain is covered. That is why using that way. You are not the one to dictate. You are not the one to decide. And the world is making it openly for you to know the truth. And what is the truth? When international bodies, foreign ministers, and the legal institutions analyze an entity seeking to restore a country, they stylishly elevated the structures designed that the movement used to present its claim. Ozi, for a very long time, and welcome to Common but you are coming and draw my attention fastly because it's been a very long time I see Ozi on our program. Thank you so much for remembering us today and be here. Thank you. Now let us go into comparison. Comparing the expert model actualized by the Orabueze of the United States of Biafra, U.S. Government-in-Exile, compared to the Ipob, the State of State DOS, and the paramilitary framework like Ogenkere and the claiming of BRGIE, CRC, BGC, international law separated them into two distant operation categories. Between the peaceful redecoration of United States of Biafra and all of you, Ipob, Ogenkere, Imam Maduabu, BGC, CRC, PUK, KKK, NTP, all of you, the word said that it has two categories. How he identified these two groups. The two categories that the word used to identify all these groups is quite different because you are not one to bring the category or how the word will examine us. And the word said that the operation is being separated into different two categories. Now, you will choose with your Ogenkere, you will choose with your Ipob, you will choose with your BGC, Masob, whatever you call yourself. All of you together. Let us see how the word differentiates these two categories of the movements that you are claiming that you are doing this, that in the name of one Biafra as a country. Let us how the world narrates their own and how they are seeing it. Comparison of the framework under the international law of the United Nations Charter, under the UN, EU, AU, and all the international bodies, how they see these two, because they only say that the Biafran movement is on the two groups. They counted one difference and counted all of you into one portion. Not Orabueze. Counted is the word. Classification in a global diplomacy, acting as a state in waiting. Now let me start from the beginning. Leader/entity, modern deployed. Classification in global diplomacy, acting as a state in waiting, acting as a country in waiting. Now let us see how the world see it. Number one, they give us here, they said, leader and entity. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, USB, registered in the world has already known that USB is an action, that it has been redeclared. Government-in-Exile and the peaceful redecoration is what they know how it. Not Ngozi Olabueze, not Ngozi Alematu, not Ngozi Bushashomajane, not whatever you may claim or you may call her. It's your mouth and your own level of understanding. It's your mouth, it's your own reasoning, and how you can reason at the awkward, lowest setback brain that you have, that the world is transition, and also the world asks you to transition and stop being a Protestant and stop being an organization and start forming all this rubbish that you are doing, and you still say no, and you continuously doing it. Continue, do not stop is my advice to you. Continuously what you are doing, because you will pay dearly on it. I will not hesitate to ask you, why are you stingy to like program or subscribe on YouTube page and even comment? Why are you so stingy? And why also that you cannot simply be an obedient citizen of USB by commenting or writing what our DPM asks you and I to do? Nigeria must go. It's hard for you to do. And you claim you are Biafran. You want Biafra as a country. And you cannot comment. I told, don't greet me. I don't need your greeting. I don't need your accolade. Do not. That's not why I'm here. Why I'm here is that I want you to be commenting what our DPM asks us to do, for you to prove that you are obedient citizen of USB. We are declared. Keep your greeting to your pocket. I don't know why it's very hard for people to follow a simple instruction. On this page, I have only 2 protocols. That is all I care for. What is the protocol? Hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. BC, claim your country. You will first recognize yourself that you are a country before other world will recognize you. You will also, our DPM said, hashtag Nigeria must go. It's hard for you to do. And you claim you love USB. And it's very difficult for you to do hashtag Nigeria must go. Simple. That one is hard for you. For you to like the program, you are stingy with your hand. For you to share, for you to subscribe, let's continue. State in waiting framework. Remember, we on our DPM. How the world will see what he's doing. Listen. Yes, by setting up a cabinet ministers, a central citizens registered, and engaging from law. This structure means the advocacy of requirement needed to satisfy the law of the nation. Follow message, don't follow messenger. Follow the message from our DPM that you should write Nigeria must go. That you should continue with that. Have you asked us to stop? The answer is no. Now let me prove it to you. Those who are obedient citizens of USB, I must comment section before I continue. Let's check the comment section. Maz Afube, when you entered, he only said he flashed the way he normally do YouTube. Ekwem Justin entered and they were prof. I don't need the prof. I'm not here for prof. I am here to be, for me and you to be obedient citizen of USB. If you are not commenting hashtag Nigeria must go, keep your prof to your pocket. If you are not commenting hashtag I am a citizen of USB, don't comment. Leave the message. Don't comment when you cannot do the simple thing. These are the law that control this platform. The only person that enters here who has the first person that who proved that yes, I am flowing this platform, I am USB obedient citizen, is only Onyangus, is only Ugochukwu. First, he said, good evening from United States of Biafra. One day, good evening to you. Happy Sunday. He said, hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. That is all I ask you to do. He completed it and he never comment, which is what gives me joy. Hashtag, Nigeria must go out of the state of Biafra. Nigeria must go out of United States of Biafra because Biafra is a nation now. That is what is hard for you to do. Common like program is hard for you. The one I comment, problem to you. Yes. Mazuchenna said the United States of Biafra government is the moving trend. Yes, but what is harsh? Where is Nigeria? Complete your message. Write the message. Obonaya Njoko said, good evening, sir. God bless you, sir. God bless my DPM and God bless PM. I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. God bless USB. Yes, I am happy for your comments. Because I've been waiting. If you couldn't see this, Obonna, I am not happy with you. Easy way must learn how to comment. I am, or hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. If you are not commenting, you are not proud of USB they are declared. Take it or you leave it. Nandi Lucky Palace. Good evening, sir. I am a very big citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag Nigeria must go out of Biafra land. Thank you, Nandi Lucky. You are a very good obedient citizen of USBRGIE declared. That is who you are. Bishop Onaga, Nagana Pantide Sabo, he said, look at the way he put it, direct. Hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, USB. Led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, redeclared 29th of November 2024 in Lati, Finland. He come down and said, finish the job on one comment. Hashtag Nigeria must go. Biafra my nation. Biafra my identity. Biafra my nation. And he continued, he said here, Ngozi, very long time. You're not been flowing us, but I want to know that we have a code on this platform. The code is, you see, Ekoma said, hashtag I am proud to be a Biafra. Hey, it's good, but that's not what I asked you to do. I asked you to do hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Ofozo said, we need Biafra now, not tomorrow. Thanks. But you do hashtag, you refuse now. Let the world know that you want Biafra as a country by being obedient citizen of USBRGIE declared. Lawrence, yes, Ekwem, he said, I am a citizen of Biafra. Hashtag, it remains one. I'm waiting for it. Now, Lawrence said, thank you. So I like when people enter and just do the action. Follow message, don't follow me, don't follow messenger. Listen to the message, leave me. He said, hashtag, I am a citizen of Biafra. Even that citizen is okay for me. But I want to put that word, United States of Biafra. That United States is more important. Thank you for your speech. Hashtag, Nigeria government must leave. Nigeria must go, not leave. Biafra land. In Jesus Christ's name, amen. From the current prophet from Omo Ezumezu. Thank you. Austin Wanyamu. All must hail U.S. government to the glory of God. Yes, but give us hashtag. Prove that you are. Are you proud? Do you love this country that was redeclared? Do you love it? Love it by action. Love it by comment. Florence Akubilo, good evening. Wanda, I greet you from here. Do you know why I greet her? Because she started with the right words. Hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag, Nigeria must go. Simple. Hashtag, okay, hashtag, Nigeria must go out of the United States of Biafra, because Biafra is a sovereign nation. Thank you so much when you do like clap for you. And the mommy, Mother Flora Akubilo said, greetings, Maz and all Biafrans. Obina Bros said, Nigeria, hashtag Nigeria must go. Very simple word I take, I love it. Ekoma said, hashtag Freeman Nandek. This is it. What is difficult to do? What is very difficult here to do? And they also continue said, hashtag Freeman Simon Banjoko. Robinson said, hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. You will do that. Orabueze. Thank you. This is what gives me joy. And I can do more research. I can do more program. Ezani. Hashtag Nigeria must go. Aloy. Hashtag I am hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag Nigeria must go out of United States of Biafra. Thank you. Emma Jesus, welcome to the program. Please like and share. Welcome, bro. Emma, please join the protest. John Nonsek, thank you for joining the protest. Even today is the first time I'm seeing you. You're welcome to the platform. Thank you so much. He said, hashtag, I am a citizen. This is how it is. Hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag, Nigeria must go. This is what I don't see. You see, prof, you see, good evening, you see, good morning. I don't. What I want is that thing that we pull off YouTube to know that USB is a con. That is what matters most to me. Nothing more than that. And that's what we are doing. Let's go back to our program. For you to understand, I'm going to play it fully again before we move. So listen. Listen. And then when I say listen, I will also tell you, if you are doubting Tammuz, John, thank you so much for that. If you want to go and research the program I'm doing this today, you can type in the Google. They will give you a brief of it. My question is, between Dr. Ngozi Orabueze with Government-in-Exile that issue peaceful redecoration of United States of Biafra and the Ipob organization GOS structure and Ogenkere claiming Bgc Crc, who is acting as a country in waiting under the international law of 21st century. And the answer is this. Listen to the answer. I don't have a question. I have asked questions. Let's find the answer they give to me.
In the precise arena of international law and global diplomacy, the concept of statehood is not decided by public sympathy or political rivalry. Instead, it is governed by objective legal metrics, primarily codified under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. When international bodies, foreign ministries, and legal institutions analyze an entity seeking to restore a country, they strictly evaluate the...
You hear? When international body analyze entities seeking to restore a country, pinpoint that word. That is why I paused the audio. When international global community analyze entities that are seeking to restore a country, how they analyzing it, how the international global community, how the United Nations, how Donald Trump and you are inside Bush, how Netanyahu of Israel and you are inside Bush, how ICJ and you are inside Bush, how they analyze this entity. People, citizens that want to restore their lost country, how they analyzing it. They are the ones to analyze, because they are the ones to pass. Your own is to write the exam. Let me tell you, we are writing exam, and the world I want to mark the exam. Like, have you write your exam and mark your exam and pass yourself? IPOB, are you going to be the one who to recognize yourself as a country? Why are you in abroad? Why are we singing Enya di Biafra wanting to ganye me ya kodima Enya di Biafra wanting to? Or what those that you are calling Kenya Nogia, they give you the law, how you move, refuse to follow them. And in Ago, na biko Kenya ni Biafra wanting to. Now the Biafra you are the one to take. We have take waiting for the one that we give, and the one that we give us has protocol, has law, and the law of a protest group under self-determination of a human right of abuse is quite different from the law of the guiding those that you want a new nation and the character they must possess. Are you possessing that? Are you possessing that character? Are you on that character that will give Biafra a country? Like when I said, show me that person. I want to see that person that's from school, that you mark your exam by yourself and pass for yourself. Give yourself position. The world will analyze all of us. And they are not analyzing us because of population or those who followed you. They will analyze, they will do what? Analyze us based on the category of the law of a diplomacy of having a new country, which is quite different from the law of a Protestant group under human rights abuse of self-determination. They are two different categories. They are two different laws. They are not the same law. They are not. And the law of the protest group of freedom of speech was not right or created by you that is using it. Is it not true? The law that guides freedom of speech, is it you that created that law? Is it you? The law that guides what? Self-determination. The law that guides freedom of speech. Tell me the one that you created among all these laws that exist in this world, please. Tell me the one that you introduced to the world, not that you stand on all these existing laws to do your freedom of speech and the protest and move around. It's not by that law. And that is the same law has a different rules. And the world is asking you, look at the rule I want you to follow. Look at what you will do. Biafra becomes a country. Look at what you will do. We will recognize you and announce that we are waiting at Biafra is a country, and you leave it. And you are misleading those that are like you, because birds of the same feather must surely flock together. You live to claim a country and you are claiming protest organization. And with all of you today is why I'm doing this program in all the group. I put all of you to ask my question. And the answer is here. Those that will analyze us, those that will mark the exam, are the one with this law. And by this law is how they mark the exam. If you stand on it, they will mark you pass. If you do not stand on it, they see you as that's a problem. It's an internal problem of the existing country that you are protesting from.
Structural design that the movement uses to present its claim, comparing the explicit models utilized.
They are going to do what? Analyze. They are going to do what? Analyze and check the structure where you are coming to present this document and claiming whatever you are claiming. Once you put it on the table of them, they will do what? They will look at it, read it, and they will mark. Good. Okay. What they are presenting here is proving that they want their country, and with things they now, okay, they want country. Okay. Let us check, is he under our criteria? Let us check, do they meet Montevideo Convention criteria? Let us check, do they have government-in-exile structure? Let us check, do they have a effective government? This is that is the exam you have written, and they want to check. And when you call your name is BGC, they will check what have BGC has been doing to prove Biafra is a country, and they find out nothing. They went silent. The silence of the world since over all these years, shouting, ranting, protesting for Biafra as a country, proving that you failed the exam until November 29, 2024. Please, if you join us, hit the like button, like and share, so other Biafrans will join us. We have different message that maybe many did not like it because of we are not repeating videos and analyzing those videos. That is why maybe people will not like the message. But you that like, please, I only ask you to do what? Hit the like button, share. I'm not stopping you to listen to whatever you want to listen. You are free. It's your phone, it's your data, it's your internet. The same way, this is my data, this is my internet, and I am doing decide the kind of program I want to do with my own time. So if you come here, what we are doing is not what you want, no problem. You are free to wama. And they have compared the model of our DPM and all these organizations said in the comparison that the only one acting as a country that the world is going to recognize is the method of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the Deputy Prime Minister, Chief of Staff. That is what the world is telling us. Now, let's continue.
By Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's United States of Biafra, USB, Government-in-Exile, the Ipob Directorate of State, DOS, and parallel frameworks like Bgc Crc's CRC Bgc.
These are the parallel what? The parallel framework. Is it how the world analyzes Ogenkere? See, it's not about that thing you see they are doing. It's not about it. It's about the authentic work. And it's about those that are watching us. You cannot write your exam and mark your exam. If you have write your exam and mark it, comment in the comment section. If you have went to look for a job and interviewed yourself and passed and start the job, tell me. That is how the world is doing. That is the method of the world into what we are doing. Let's continue.
International law separates them into two distinct operational categories. Comparison.
That international law, we are into two different categories of the law. Guiding Protestant group, unacceptable of human rights abuse, and those that want to restore a country had it here that there is a two different law. On that two different law, you are the one to choose. So what you choose is what they will serve you. What you demand is what you get, because that is what you demand by yourself. The world is not demanding you to choose the criteria that Biafra should be a country. No.
The frameworks under international law, leader/entity, model deployed, classification in global diplomacy, acting as a state in waiting, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, USB, Government-in-Exile, and Peaceful Redeclaration, state in waiting framework. Yes, by setting up a cabinet, ministries, a central citizen.
Do you hear that word? State in waiting framework, or say again, you do have yes. State in waiting framework, the one that is acting as a country, waiting for recognition. What do they do? They said what? Yes. Good. That is the one acting as with a framework or the international law with the backup of the law that this is a country that needs recognition, that she is one acting towards that. Not Okengbere, not BGC, not PUC, not CRC, not no other one. You had it here. Let's continue.
Registry and enacting formal bylaws, This structure explicitly mimics the administrative requirements needed to satisfy the law of statehood. IPOB, Directorate of State, DOS. Organizational Directorate, non-state actor, /
Organization. IPOB organization, not a country in waiting. IPOB, non-organization. BGC, non-organization. Ogengbere, non-organization. CRC, non-organization. I'm not the one calling. This is how the world now do what? When they decide to analyze, to do what? To analyze what we are doing. They have put it in their own way. They have did what? Put it on the table, pieces it, and pinpoint, pick the one that is acting based on their law. And that one is who? I want to know whether you have followed. Which one is acting as a country in waiting? Under who leadership is that one that is acting that Biafra is a country waiting for recognition? Not more than that. This is a bitter truth.
NGO. No. Designed as an executive board to run a political organization rather than an independent country. Its output remains framed around civil agitation and human rights advocacy. Bgc Crc, CRC, BGC. Parallel governing committees. Internal factional committee. No. Under international law, overlapping parallel councils and divided leadership represent political instability rather than a single, unified constitutional authority. Why the US BRGIE model functions as the state in waiting to successfully transition.
I hope you are listening. I want you to remember here, Ogechukwu Nkre claiming BRGIE. They call it what? They said it's a parallel non-NGO organization. They call it what? Internal Functional Committee. No incredible internal faction. The other one call them a small organizations that are internal problem of Biafra that can never stop USB from achieving recognition. That is internal. That every country in the world has it in their own time. International law, overplaying parallel council and the divided leadership represent political instability. Ogenkere, Imam Maduabu, and the IPOB, they have all what? Under the under international law. No. Under international law, we can never recognize a parallel group or parallel council and divide leadership. Divide what? Leadership. They know that Ogenkere divided USB leadership, but he fell woefully. They say that such a group like Ogenkere, IPOB, with a protest group under human rights is causing what? Instability rather than a signal, unified constitution authority. Rather, they are causing what? Instability. Noise makers. Why the USB GIE model function as the state in waiting? Why USB is the one as a state in waiting? How I wish Oken with a gang we hear things. They are hearing. They are the one reporting my page all the time. It's those groups. I know what is going on. Now, listen, why the USB? The world knows that the only government in exile that Biafran people have is who? USB model functioning as a state in waiting. To successfully transition from a political movement to recognize a nation state, an entity must drop the language of protest in the IPOB. An entity must drop the language of what? Protest. And adopt the behavior of establishing administration. The framework choose by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the only model among the three groups. She is the only model that met the requirement of the international law of a state or of a nation waiting for recognition. For ndị BRGIE na-achọ recognition on diplomacy, onye na-emere onye politics, ị na-ekwu oyo, ị na-ezu ya, agbara gị ọgwụ ebe n'isi, ị na-eso onye ọ dị ga-azụ. Birds of the same feather must flock together. Ụkọchukwu na the same people. It must occur in everything in this world. Number one, the requirement of administrative capacity. The Montevideo Convention, especially the state that a state must possess a functioning government with the capacity to enter into relation with other states. You had it here. That you must be a state. You must act as a country. You must possess the right of a country for you to achieve what? For you to sign, for you to come close to discuss with other states, other nations. Whenever you hear state, they simply mean a nation. In their language of the international community, they use state on behalf of nation. A state must possess a functioning government with the capacity to enter into relation with other states. Do you see why when we are declared, we don't have to fall back? Anybody who fall back, fail exam, you must repeat a class. Are you repeating class? The answer is no. We are not in the category of those that are repeating class, but we are in the criteria of those that are moving forward ahead. That is where we are. We are in the criteria of those that pass class, that are entering another class. Not those that want to repeat class. Not those that have carryover. They need to stay another 1 year in class. That is so genkere. Those that are repeating another 100 years and another 100 level in class because they did not do well when they enter school newly. They never understand that school is not come to play. And what happened? After the exam that they are not marking, they fail. And what happened? They must repeat what? Another year. People are graduating in 5 years. People graduating in 4 years. They are, because of repeating class, some of them graduated in 6 years, some of them in 5 years or less. You want to be a dropout. For you not to be a dropout, you must exercise patience, repeat your class. In Biafra movement, we are not repeating any 1 year in one place. We are moving ahead because we know what it takes to pass the exam and enter another class. We read our book very well and we studied very well, have it in our brain how we can write, pass, transition into another class. That is what I said. That for you to prove that you are a state, you must transition. Stop on the language of protesting on the street. Are you happy when your child repeats a class? The money you paid before, you want to pay it again. Are you happy about that? If you are not happy that your child is repeating class, if you follow Kemgbe, if you are seeing Ipob, run for your life. Let's continue. Foreign government cannot sign international treaties or organize the sovereignty of a loose organizations committee like DOS, Enugia, the Ipob, the protests, the 1 million march. International body cannot sign treaties with organizations that are not sovereignty. Losing organizational communities like DOS, they require formalized administrative counterparts. A government-in-exile BRGIE attempt to build actually by setting up a clear institution structure that foreign playmakers can legally elevate it. Are you hearing it? This is how it goes. It's not by protest. It's not by 1 million march. It's by government in exile that must be on the movement. Two, shift from the focus from governance to grievances to governance. You must shift of complaining. Look at what the government is doing. Only protest. They are killing people. You must shift from that announcement of grievances into a governance. That is why USB abandoned, and our DPM said, do not mind all these distractions. Forge ahead. I am forging ahead. While an organization rely on DOS structure, cannot primarily on the streets protest and applying to the international bodies to fix human rights abuse under an existing regime. Now, do you see where they classified groups like Ogenkere, like Ipob? They classify all of them at the same place. They do what? They classify all of them in the same place. Please, I urge you to hit the like button. That is only how you can help this message to go viral. Hit the like button if you never do so. Please. And also, John, I love your comments. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love you. You are busy on the comment section. That is one that flies message up. Is what you're doing. Look at all your comments on a different opinion. Thank you so much for doing that. James Chigozie, good evening from here. You are one of the legendary in this platform. I greet you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll come back to the comment section later. Let's continue. Now listen to this carefully. Why an organization rely on a DOS structure is only rely on primarily on a street protest and applying to the international bodies to fix human rights abuse under an existing regime country. You see how the world classified Ipob and what they are doing. You see where the world classify Ipob organization and what they are doing. And they are protesting under human rights. And when they are protesting, they are those who know what they are doing and how they are getting money, that they want to be working for Nigeria like Chinasa, will tell them, carry Biafran flag. And the ones they carry Biafran flag, that is how they want to restore Biafra as a country. By only carrying the flag and by carrying it, singing on the streets, that is how they want to restore Biafra. Could you imagine that? Who are those we're talking about? Just look at some videos. See them. Look at it. Listen. Yes. And the parade. The Biafra community in the island. Yes. They are in Ireland, though. They are where? They are in, this is what this, you have had it here, that the word is said, that for you to recognize as a country, that you must transition, number one, into Government-in-Exile. What is the first work of Government-in-Exile? To put cabinet members. by putting the government members, they have to issue, if it is a lost country, they must issue peaceful redecoration. If it's a new one, they will declare it. And they start acting as a country in waiting, not longer as an organization, or they will declare and fall back. It never happened anywhere in the world. That is why I look at Biafra, that Biafra can never come. It's because of those who is in the affairs of Biafra don't know the road until Simon Ekpawan Joko, the man, the message is choose to become the messenger of the message. If the message never choose you, you will do nothing. Look at all the IPOB structure now. The message never choose them. But now that those that the message is choose, you see how the message is using them to work. That is why God said, na obu na mmadụ nke owe to ya nwa bụ Chukwu oke abịama. Nya game go kute we kute to ya. Today the message has choose the messengers that we deliver the message. That's why I told when you come here, deliver the message. Don't deliver me. Don't love me. Don't like me. Focus on the message. Share the message. Write your comment is also the message. Not IPOB, one family. This IPOB, one family, has existed for 12 years and nothing. From time of Orabueze today, it has become 27 years of protest. And they are still there. How could you be doing one thing for 27 years and you want a different result? Where has it happened? You are on primary one, and you think after primary one, the exam you will write will transfer you into JS3. Umokoko, IBAB, one family. I carry a blue flag, a car uniform, a webu, a tuego, eri ala. Look at them. Different had their left from their right. Please, in Ireland. Yes, that is all they know. Look at the old mama. IBAB, one family. What? No country has answered one family. Mad people everywhere. They are IPOB in the IPOB organization structure. In the Island in the Ireland, the chief owner, Ireland lost their country. Naka British. Ireland went for good 400 years in slaves. And how did they got Ireland back from the Obodo Eliza? Is it by protest? Do you know they are celebrating their St. Patrick's Day? Hebrew flag, why can't you ask yourself, how did the island got their country when they lost in the hands of Britain? Eliza, when they lost their country, how did they get it back? Can't you ask that question and find out that the transition in exile in France, Paris, the transition in exile in London, and from there they formed the first government in exile in Paris, like Obatobie, forming the first government in exile of Biafra. In where? In Finland. History is repeating, and the life based on the history. You cannot ask how Ireland achieved their country. Start from country where you are. If you ask how did that country start to exist? Not IBRB, one family. One of them said they have raised flag. They raised flag by a dance sacred on their hand, they wear it on their shirt. You think that this is giving Biafra? Continue deceiving yourself. Mad people. Mad people everywhere. Let's continue. A government-in-exile framework changes the game entirely by issue a peaceful redecoration. The government in exile I send a message its own administrative authority. It shifts the proportion of foreign observers from an internal security problem into an independent organization administration, preparing to assume sovereign duty. Preparing to do what? To assume a sovereign what? Duty. But because of what? That they have issued a peaceful declaration. Poland, Nether Island, that they are celebrating the St. Patrick Day, and the Ipob, one family, is singing for declare their own. Why can't you ask question? Just type on the Google, when Ireland lost their country in the hands of British, how do they got their country back? Of course, sorry for those who don't understand Igbo language. This is our adage. It's not what our people normally say. Our people also said, the handle of the formalization in international law, how it happens on international law. Let's go.
Political movement to a recognized nation state, an entity must drop the language of protest and adopt the behavior of an established administration. The framework chosen by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the only model among the three explicitly tailored to these legal requirements. 1. The requirement of administrative capacity. The Montevideo Convention explicitly dictates that a state must possess a functioning government with the capacity to enter into relations with other states.
Okay.
Foreign governments cannot sign international treaties or recognize the sovereignty of a loose organizational committee like a DOS. They require a formalized administrative counterpart. A government-in-exile, BRGIE, attempts to build this exact vessel by setting up clear institutional structures that foreign policymakers can legally evaluate. 2. Shifting the focus from grievance to governance. While an organization relying on a DOS structure concentrates primarily on street protests and appealing to international bodies to fix human rights abuses under an existing regime, a GIE framework changes the vocabulary entirely. By issuing a peaceful redeclaration, the government-in-exile asserts its own administrative authority. It shifts the perception of foreign observers from an internal security problem into an independent, organized administration preparing to assume sovereign duties. 3. The hurdle of factionalism in international law. A core rule of international recognition is the presence of an effective, stable, and unified authority. The existence of overlapping committees, such as competing against separate councils like a BGC or CRC, creates severe diplomatic friction. When representation is fractured among different boards, the international community categorizes the situation as an internal political dispute. A formalized GIE seeks to bypass this by presenting a structured, single line of constitutional continuity. The structural reality. In international diplomacy, an entity is judged by its operational architecture. Factions relying on a DOS or parallel committees continue to engage the world through the language of activism and human rights appeals. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile framework led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the specific model designed to operate on the international law of statehood, using peaceful declarations and institutional statecraft to posture itself as a disciplined state in waiting for formal international engagement. Ngozi Orabueze and USB cabinet actions. This report provides insight into the real-world coordination, public movements, and institutional posture of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's USB cabinet as they navigate global political and legal arenas.
What else do you want? The structural reality in international diplomacy, an entity is judged by its operational architecture, functioning, relying on factions, they call Ipob faction, rely on DOS or parallel committee, continue to engage the world through the legal of activism and human rights, appeal. Meanwhile, they are only see them as what? As a parallel organization. As a functions that are coming out, those that factions that comes out to destroy what you're doing. And the word said that no matter what they do, they can never stop USB tertiary organization because they are not given the criteria. The law was not set by the law is not command and control structure. Those you are calling UN, Israel, Donald Trump, you send to INEC and all of them. The law is not setting by you. They are the one who set the law. They are the one who focus. They are the one who know the criteria. You are not there, and you are the one coming to ask for their hand in favor. And them that you want favor from the hand ask you, this is what you will do. Then we will give you the favor, and you refuse to do it. For Guinea, they keep silent. They mute themselves and keep silent on you. You're not back on Pagari. Do you think the world the man was kind of and they know that when a lost country redeclare it, they must first and meanwhile, the Government-in-Exile framework, the specific model designed to operate on international law of a new nation, use peaceful redecoration and institutional statecraft to pressure itself as a disciplined state in waiting for a formal international engagement of recognition. Okay, make vam n'anya. Okay, make go film. You doubting Thomas. Okay, go film. Go see where me. Go get see where me maro. Because the law is not by you. The law is not by you. I want to repeat this particular column again. Government-in-Exile framework led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the specific model. She is the only one. She is the only one designed to operate on international law of a nation, using peaceful redecoration and institutional statecraft to posture itself as a disciplined state in waiting for a formal international engagement of recognition. She is the only one. All these things that are making noise, the world will see whatever they are presenting as what? As just as a disturbing organization or internal problem of people of Biafra that we will never stop US recognition. Finally, hey, oh God, why do you push me there? I don't want don't want the video to play. Sorry, it's only our DPM is one acting. Ngozi Orabueze and US cabinet members acting this report, proving into the real world conditional policy movement and the institutional pressure of the Ngozi Orabueze under USB is to pressure the world to recognize USB as a country. I hope you understand it clearly. This is how the world see what our DPM is doing, not how you see it. Let's continue. I will play now we are going on session 2 of the program, but I will play this first one first. After it, they'll go session 2.
In the precise arena of international law and global diplomacy, the concept of statehood is not decided by public sympathy or political rivalry. Instead, it is governed by objective legal metrics, primarily codified under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. When international bodies, foreign ministries, and legal institutions analyze an entity seeking to restore a country, they strictly evaluate the structural design that the movement uses to present its claim. Comparing the explicit models utilized by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's United States of Biafra, USB, Government-in-Exile, the Ipob Directorate of State, DOS, and parallel frameworks like Bgc Crc's CRC Bgc, international law separates them into two distinct operational categories. Comparison of frameworks under international law, leader/entity, model deployed, classification in global diplomacy, acting as a state in waiting. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, USB, Government-in-Exile, and Peaceful Redeclaration. State in Waiting Framework. Yes, by setting up a cabinet, ministries, a central citizen registry, and enacting formal bylaws, this structure explicitly mimics the administrative requirements needed to satisfy the law of statehood. IPOB, Directorate of State, DOS. Organizational Directorate, non-state actor/NGO. No, designed as an executive board to run a political organization rather than an independent country, its output remains framed around civil agitation and human rights advocacy. Bgc Crc, CRC, BGC. Parallel governing committees.
Listen.
Internal factional committee. No. Under international law, overlapping parallel councils and divided leadership represent political instability rather than a single, unified constitutional authority. Why the US BRGIE model functions as the state in waiting. To successfully transition from a political movement to a recognized nation-state, an entity must drop the language of protest and adopt the behavior of an established administration. The framework chosen by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the only model among the three explicitly tailored to these legal requirements. 1. The requirement of administrative capacity. The Montevideo Convention explicitly dictates that a state must possess a functioning government with the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Foreign governments cannot sign international treaties or recognize the sovereignty of a loose organizational committee like a DOS. They require a formalized administrative counterpart. A government-in-exile, GIE, attempts to build this exact vessel by setting up clear institutional structures that foreign policymakers can legally evaluate. 2. Shifting the focus from grievance to governance. While an organization relying on a DOS structure concentrates primarily on street protests and appealing to international bodies to fix human rights abuses under an existing regime, the GIE framework changes the vocabulary entirely. By issuing a peaceful redeclaration, the government-in-exile asserts its own administrative authority. It shifts the perception of foreign observers from an internal security problem into an independent, organized administration preparing to assume sovereign duties. 3. The hurdle of factionalism in international law. A core rule of international recognition is the presence of an effective, stable, and unified authority. The existence of overlapping committees, such as a DOS competing against separate councils like a BGC or CRC, creates severe diplomatic friction. When representation is fractured among different boards, the international community categorizes the situation as an internal political dispute. A formalized GIE seeks to bypass this by presenting a structured, single line of constitutional continuity. The structural reality. In international diplomacy, an entity is judged by its operational architecture. Factions relying on a DOS or parallel committees continue to engage the world through the language of activism and human rights appeals. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile framework led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the specific model designed to operate on the international law of statehood, using peaceful declarations and institutional statecraft to posture itself as a disciplined state in waiting for formal international engagement. Ngozi Orabueze and USB cabinet actions. This report provides insight into the real-world coordination, public movements, and institutional posture of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's USB cabinet as they navigate global political and legal arenas.
I hope you heard it clearly. And like I said, we are transitioning to session 2. The same similar question to clarify your mind. I don't ask question, I ask question 2 or 3 times. So let me see if I'm getting the same answer. But this question I ask is like, this way is my question. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, DPM with peaceful redecoration of USB versus IPOB, BGC, CRC, and fake BRGIE, who is acting as a nation in waiting. Whenever you hear nation in waiting, simply mean recognition that we're waiting for the world to grant some people to recognize us so we can be able to take over our territory. So listen to the answer. I read it for you to go and research for Ndi Osuimi. So listen to this.
When assessing who is effectively acting as a, quote, nation in waiting under the rules of international law, the distinction between these factions comes down entirely to structural architecture versus organizational activism. In global diplomacy, an entity cannot just demand recognition, it must mirror the exact administrative behaviors of a state. International law recognizes the government-in-exile (GIE) model as the primary mechanism for a state in waiting, while treating organizational committees as non-state actors. Here is the exact legal breakdown of who is acting under which framework in the eyes of the international community. The diplomatic classifications under international law: leader/faction, model utilized, legal status in global diplomacy, role as a nation in waiting, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, DPM USB, Government-in-Exile and Peaceful Redeclaration, State in Waiting Framework. Yes, by using formal statecraft, establishing a cabinet, ministries, a registry, and official bylaws, this structure explicitly uses the legal architecture required to prove governance capacity under the Montevideo Convention. IPOB, Directorate of State, DOS. Organizational Directorate. Non-state actor/NGO. No, built as an executive board to run a political movement, its primary output is human rights advocacy and protest. International law treats it as an internal pressure group rather than a functioning administration. BGC Crc, Biafra Government Council. Parallel governing committees. Internal factional committee. No, in international law, fractured representation and parallel councils create severe diplomatic friction. Foreign states look for a single, unified constitutional authority. Overlapping committees are seen as political rivalries rather than stable states in waiting. Why the US BGIE framework fits the nation in waiting criteria. To move from an activist movement to a sovereign contender, an entity must fulfill specific criteria that foreign ministries and international courts look for. The model deployed by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is structured around these exact legal requirements. 1. Shifting from activism to administration. While a DOS structure focuses on street agitation and reporting human rights abuses to the United Nations, the GIE framework stops asking a foreign power to solve its grievances. Instead, it asserts its own administrative authority. By issuing a peaceful redeclaration, it sets up the necessary civic organs, such as ministries, documentation systems, and code of conduct policies, to show global observers that it is prepared to assume the responsibilities of full statehood immediately. 2. Satisfying the Montevideo Convention standards. International law recognizes a state based on its capacity to enter into relations with other states. Foreign diplomats cannot draft treaties or open embassies with a non-governmental protest organization, like a DOS. They require a formalized government counterpart. AGIE provides that exact administrative vessel, allowing foreign policies to evaluate the movement using the laws of statehood rather than the laws of public protest. 3. Demonstrating de facto civil discipline. When a nation in waiting organizes massive global assemblies or solemn days of remembrance under a GIE decree, it isn't just holding a rally, it is demonstrating voluntary civil compliance. To the international community, a population that peacefully follows the administrative directives of an exiled government proves that the GIE commands true civic authority, which is the foundational definition of sovereignty. The geopolitical reality. The international community categorizes movements by their operational models. Factions relying on a DOS or parallel committees continue to speak the language of protest and internal agitation. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile model under Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the framework explicitly acting as a nation in waiting, utilizing peaceful declarations and structured statecraft to position itself for formal, state-level international recognition.
I don't know those in the comment section. Is it very clear to you why you must stand on USB reality and why you must give more, why you must support this government? Is it very clear to you that is only USB declared is the only government in exile you have? That every other thing, You see, what we are busy, what we are hammering for, what is disturbing us, what we see as a big deal, the international community said that all these groups are just a parallel world organization that based on the law of protest organization of group. That is only USB they are declared is the one acting as a country in waiting for recognition. What else do you want them to tell you? That's why I told you. You write exam. Teacher mark the exam, not you to mark the exam. The United Nations, the Israel, the America, the Germany, Sweden, Ireland, they are the one to mark our exam. They are the one to look for our document and see what the government is doing for them to say, yes, they want to give recognition. We will not give them and they will throw it away. They will value it and protect it. All these are very important. This is what are very important. These are the things that the world is asking us to do. When the world has what they're asking us to do, and we are the one that refuse to do it, is it to blame the world or are we not to blame ourselves? From the time I joined IPOB and started protests, after now that I realized everything, I start to blame myself and thinking that time I said that the world are very wicked. They want to organize us. That because of I am not on the right track on how they can recognize us as a Biafra. That is in our hand. So let's play it more once again before we go into our analysis.
When assessing who is effectively acting as a, quote, nation in waiting under the rules of international law, the distinction between these factions comes down entirely to structural architecture versus organizational activism. In global diplomacy, an entity cannot just demand recognition, it must mirror the exact administrative behaviors of a state.
Exactly.
International law recognizes the government-in-exile (GIE) model as the primary mechanism for a state in waiting, while treating organizational committees as non-state actors. Here is the exact legal breakdown of who is acting under which framework in the eyes of the international community. The diplomatic classifications under international law: leader/faction, model utilized, legal status in global diplomacy, role as a nation in waiting, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, DPM USB, Government-in-Exile and Peaceful Redeclaration, State in Waiting Framework. Yes, by using formal statecraft, establishing a cabinet, ministries, a registry, and official bylaws, this structure explicitly uses the legal architecture required to prove governance capacity under the Montevideo Convention. IPOB, Directorate of State, DOS. Organizational Directorate. Non-state actor/NGO. No, built as an executive board to run a political movement, its primary output is human rights advocacy and protest. International law treats it as an internal pressure group rather than a functioning administration. BGC Crc, Biafra Government Council. Parallel governing committees. Internal factional committee. No, in international law, fractured representation and parallel councils create severe diplomatic friction. Foreign states look for a single, unified constitutional authority. Overlapping committees are seen as political rivalries rather than stable states in waiting. Why the US BGIE framework fits the nation in waiting criteria. To move from an activist movement to a sovereign contender, an entity must fulfill specific criteria that foreign ministries and international courts look for. The model deployed by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is structured around these exact legal requirements. 1. Shifting from activism to administration. While a DOS structure focuses on street agitation and reporting human rights abuses to the United Nations, a GIE framework stops asking a foreign power to solve its grievances. Instead, it asserts its own administrative authority. By issuing a peaceful redeclaration, it sets up the necessary civic organs, such as ministries, documentation systems, and code of conduct policies, to show global observers that it is prepared to assume the responsibilities of full statehood immediately. 2. Satisfying the Montevideo Convention standards. International law recognizes a state based on its capacity to enter into relations with other states. Foreign diplomats cannot draft treaties or open embassies with a non-governmental protest organization, like a DOS. They require a formalized government counterpart. BGIE provides that exact administrative vessel, allowing foreign policies to evaluate the movement using the laws of statehood rather than the laws of public protest. 3. Demonstrating de facto civil discipline. When a nation in waiting organizes massive global assemblies or solemn days of remembrance under a GIE decree, it isn't just holding a rally, it is demonstrating voluntary civil compliance. To the international community, a population that peacefully follows the administrative directives of an exiled government proves that the GIE commands true civic authority, which is the foundational definition of sovereignty. The geopolitical reality, the international community categorizes movements by their operational models. Factions relying on a DOS or parallel committees continue to speak the language of protest and internal agitation. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile model under Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the framework explicitly acting as a nation in waiting, utilizing peaceful declarations and structured statecraft to position itself for formal, state-level international recognition.
Okwa, what we are doing is we are here to bring that in that the international community want us to do for us to understand the level where we are. That is where it is. And we cannot change it. That is how it's going to be. It's not by your feelings. It's not by who you like and who you love. It's by the message. The message is coming from them and coming to us as a messenger that we have to deliver the message. I want you to capture here and put it in your mind. Government-in-Exile model under Ngozi Orabueze is a framework acting as a nation in waiting to actualize after peaceful redecoration and a structured statecraft to position itself for formal state-level international recognition is coming. Hey. This government you see, these Ngozi Orabueze and cabinet members, what they are doing is not here. But they are not making noise. That's why I said they don't know how to beat their drum. If they know, honestly, one day you will not talk. But they keep silent, proving that they're a country doing what they're supposed to do for us to go home, for us look at how a country acts. Ọ bụrụ ebe ndị a gbara ọgwụ ya nwa na-agwọ ndị ara ma ọgwụ ga ma ọgbọ dị otu isi ajụ oyi ọ bụ onye na-ewepụ ya sabi ya no now. It's not proper. It's not happening that way. The time we are into is that time that the world is calling us since over all these years to come to take Biafra. And today, we are here to take the Biafra as a country through the criteria. Not the criteria not being dictated by you or being decided by you. It's being decided by the foreign countries where you reside. Let's continue. When assessing who is effectively acting as a nation in waiting, remark that word. When assessing who is effectively acting as a nation in waiting, under the rules of international law, the distinction between this faction coming down entire to structured architecture versus organization of activism. Activism is those who are believing in protest IPOB organization. That is what they call activism, protest. Now they said it's come down to what? A structure, not organization of activism. This is what the world wants. And this is how things are supposed to be. But because of your greediness, because of your negativity, because of your selfish interests, you refuse to embrace the truth. Because the truth will make you not to be relevant. Because the message did not choose you, but you choose the message by the force. That is why the message is leaving those that are not being sincere. Let's see. In the global diplomacy, an entity cannot just demand recognition. Are you hearing it? Hey, you declare Biafra. You are in exile. Why can't you come back home now? Maybe you are a country. Look at what they said. In global diplomacy, an entity cannot just demand recognition. It must mirror the extent of administrative behavior of a state. International law recognizes the government in exile, GIE model, as the primary mechanism for a state in waiting, while treating organizations, community as a non-state actor. In the global diplomacy, an entity cannot just demand recognition. It must mirror the exit administrative behavior of a state. International law recognizes the government in exile, GIE model, as the primary mechanism of a state in waiting. Are you hearing it? A primary mechanism of what? A state in waiting, via through government in exile, not through you. I said what? Not through you. Not how you reason. Imagine the Okoko carrying flag in Ireland. Imagine where is Chinasa Woru? Where is the Chikagasaha? Where is Mapawales? We distance ourselves from government in exile of Simon Eba. But that is the only government that will recognize. Remember how this paragraph 1 started. When assessing who is effectively acting as a nation in waiting under the rules of international law, it must mirror the existing administrative behavior of a state. Sorry, I jump it. Jump it. When assessing who is effectively acting as a nation in waiting under the rules of international law, the distinction between these faction groups, Ogenkere, BRGIE, BGC, CRC, BUK, KPK, IPOB, MASOB, the word said that these are small function group, comes down to entirely to the structure architectural. Remember the word structural, architectural versus organization of activism. They call all of them what? Activism is a group of people that are under self-determination, protesting for self-right of determination of people and the human rights abuse. Like those in Ireland, they carry flag. And when they carry flag, those that send them outside, they will look at this amateur, look at Umo Koko, that will tell them to go and carry flag, claim they want Biafra, and they are doing it. Oluchuma God, I see you. Thank you so much. Gabriel, I see you. Uchenna, my brother, I see you. And the other person, I'll come back to the comment section. Thank you so much. Now, what happened? The word is said. In global diplomacy, an entity cannot just demand recognition. An entity cannot just demand recognition. It must mirror administrative behavior of a state. It must act like a state. It must act like what? A country, not like organization of NGO, of a non-group NGO organizations. Please, if you just join us, I want to hit the like button. Please hit the like button, please. Of a state, international law, recognized international law, Omakwania. Do they know our government in exile? Ndị nke na island, they need distance from government in we distance ourselves to your savior. International law recognized the government in exile, GIE, model as the primary mechanism for a state in waiting via through transition into government in exile and issue a peaceful redecoration of a lost country. Why treating organizations why treating organizations and the communities as a non-state actor, minus you answering a full government in exile that issued a peaceful redecoration. The world sees you as what? A non-state what? Actor until you form government in exile and issue declaration, they will start seeing you as a state in waiting. You become owner of a state. Here is the exact legal breakdown of who is acting under which framework in the eyes of international community. Like I told you, you cannot write an exam and mark your exam, and you can never declare yourself first position. That's what they said. Here is the exact legal breakdown of who is acting under which frame in the eyes of the Netanyahu, Donald Trump, America, Israel, United Nations, Nigeria is our people. They are trying to kill us because we are fighting for Biafra as a country. We are inside the bush, and we are IPOB, one family. When we come to protest in Biafra land, Nigeria will kill us. So let us see how the world will see you in Ireland, the IPOB, one family. We made it is 1 million members. We move. Mad people everywhere at their age. After one of them, if you can fear, bread near the name of fear. That's what you IPOB. That's what you bro flag. Near this go flag for Biafra as a country. Nara, this Mbaka. Now let us see how those you are calling view what you are doing, how they see it. The diplomatic classification under international law. The diplomatic classifications under international law. Let us see. Now we move. Leader, faction, model, actualize, legal status in global diplomacy, rule as a nation in waiting, or set equalistic. Now, listen to number one. Number one, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, DPM USB, Government-in-Exile, and the peaceful redecoration. Legal status of global diplomacy. States in waiting for framework of recognition. Now, yes, by using a formal statecraft of establishing cabinet members, ministers, registering and official by law, these structures use the legal architecture required to prove governance capacity under the Montevideo Convention. Under what? The Montevideo what? Convention. Let's continue. Now, this is for our DPM. Let us go to IPOB, Directorate of State, DOS. Organization is what they have. Non-state actor. This place they write them non-state actor. They said that Orabueze is acting as what? A state in waiting for recognition. And they write for IPOB, non-state actor. Here they write them organization. Here they write them IPOB. This is what they are doing. That's all they can do. Now let us listen. No, built as a executive body to run a political movement. It is a primary output is in human rights advocacy, and the post international law treat it as an internal pressure group, internal protest pressure group, rather than a functioning administrative or government in exile of a country in waiting. Don't be me, then you do yourself. That is what is happening here. Now, we continue. Why the BRGIE framework fits the nation in waiting criteria? Why Ojuebrona? What our DPM stand for? Why Ojuebrona? Our peaceful declaration now is that this stand for what? That our peaceful declaration stand on the criteria of a country in waiting. Why? That is why we, as people of Biafra, must focus on what we are doing at this that we are into. For you to understand, it's only USV that declared is the only option you have. That is the only Government-in-Exile you have, no other one. Now listen to the Government-in-Exile you have. What they said here. To move from activism movement to a sovereign candidate, an entity must fulfill specifically criteria that foreign ministers and the international court look for. The model deployed by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is structured around this exact legal requirement, and you are fighting her, and you are abusing her, and she is the only one that the world said that the way she's following, proving that everything is possible. That Biafra is a country in waiting. That she is meeting all the legal requirements. She is on the side of proving the legal requirement of the world. That is why, if you know what is coming, you will stop your madness and they apologize to our DPM openly and become a member of the University of Biafra, whether I like it or not. I won't say it 2 times. Now let us continue. Shifting from activism to administration. While the US structure focus on the street agitation and the reporting human rights abuse to the United Nations, why is that they focus on this? Look at what they focus on. Am I the one who's saying it? Why DOS structure focus on a street protest agitation and reporting human rights abuse on the United Nations? GIE framework spokes asking for a foreign power to solve its grievances. Instead, it's assisting its own administration authority by issuing peaceful redecoration. It sets up the necessary civil organization, such as ministers, such as documentation of systems and the code of conduct policy, to show global observers that it is prepared to ensure that the responsibility of fully stakehold immediately. The world has their way. Their way is not our own way. And when it comes to recognition, you are not the one who will decide how. The world said, we are the one to decide. We are the one to decide. State fighting the modern of the Montevideo Convention standard. That is one thing that the world did at this time around. But I must tell you one thing, that USV declared is taking us home, whether the enemy like it or not. I want to have it back of your mind. And that is why you must support USB, your own country. I said what? I said your own. Your own is your own. So try. Now, let's continue. International law recognizes a state based on its capacity to enter into relation with other states. Foreign diplomacy cannot draft treated or treatment or open embassy with with a non-governmental protest organization. Foreign diplomatic cannot draft a treaties or open embassy with a non-governmental protest organization like DOS. They require a formalized government counterpart. A GIE provides the act administrative viral, allowing foreign policy to evaluate the movement using the law of the state rather than the law of the public protest. Everything has law. And under the law, everything is about USB we are declared. Under the law, everything is about what? USB we are declared. Not under protest, not under IPOB organization. So as we move, if you want to join us, you are free to use the link to enter and also contribute. So let's continue what we are doing. So now it is clear and clearer that all these organizations are not here to fight for Biafra. All this organization is not what's ready. And the world can never organize them. If IPOB like, if those in Ireland like, let them sit on the street of Ireland from morning till night. They are protesting under human rights, that Nigeria is not treating you right, that you want Nigeria to treat you right. That is what you are protesting. They call it internal protest. That is what we are doing. Please like and share the program if you can do so. Please. It's very important for others to come and join us. They require a formalized government counterpart. In Georgia, it's a formalized government counterpart of what? A country, not organization. Not what? Any single organization. But it's all about the government-in-exile. That the only original government-in-exile you have is the one that issued peaceful redecoration of the United States of what? Biafra, November 29, 2024. That is the only government you have, no other one anywhere in this world. Do not mind your cocos. Now, demonstrating de facto civil discipline. Listen. When a nation in waiting organizes a massive global assembly or small days or remembrance under the GIA, it is just holding it is demonstrating civil compliance. To the international community, a population that peacefully follow the administrative directive of an exile government prove that the GIE commander through civil authority, which is the foundational definition of what? Sovereignty. This is how the world, and this is how they see what you are doing under organization, and how they see what you are doing as a country. So, the international community is the one to decide, and they have made the decide open to you by telling us that the only government in exile that issue peaceful declaration is the one they know, no other one. No any other one at all. A population that peacefully follow the administrative direct of an exile government, proving that the GIE, commander structure civil authority, which is the foundational definition of what? Sovereignty. The world, their way is different from our own way. And the only time that Biafra will be a country is only when we see things in the way and view things the way they view it and act like them somehow. For us to get what we want. That is what it is. Let's continue. We must continue. The geopolitical reality. The international community categorized a movement by the operational model function really on DOS as a parallel functioning, as a parallel community continue to speak their language of protest and internal action. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile model under Orabueze is the framework, especially acting as a nation in waiting for world recognition after peaceful declaration and the structured statecraft to position itself for formal state level international recognition. You see, the world has their way. Are you on the side of the world way, or are you on the side of your own? Are you following the rules that the world has laid down for us that will make us have Biafra very easily? But if you refuse to do so, you on your own, like IPO organization, thinking that carrying flag on St. Patrick's Day in Ireland is the only way have Biafra as a country. Stop deceiving yourself. Tell yourself the truth that you are on a wrong path. Listen to this as we continue.
When assessing who is effectively acting as a, quote, nation in waiting under the rules of international law, the distinction between these factions comes down entirely to structural architecture versus organizational activism. In global diplomacy, an entity cannot just demand recognition, it must mirror the exact administrative behaviors of a state. International law recognizes the government-in-exile (GIE) model as the primary mechanism for a state in waiting, while treating organizational committees as non-state actors. Here is the exact legal breakdown of who is acting under which framework in the eyes of the international community. The diplomatic classifications under international law, leader/faction, model utilized, legal status in global diplomacy, role as an...
Let us welcome our brother. Now he has network. God is with me, please. You can move on with the net. Go on, my brother. You are welcome to the program. Thank you so much.
Mazi, good evening, sir.
Good evening from here, my brother. You're welcome, Mazi.
Happy Sunday.
I wish you the best. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your good work. Thank you very much. And I try so much. I did easy. Now people see I got to find because I'm a Igbo. I like research. My phenomenon. And I hatred and everything. I ban you quickly. How put the reality nature's shadow. So yeah, trying so much. God bless you. The seeker.
Listening, my brother.
So I'm going to sincere. If I'm not cheating, so never a question game. Na IPOP organization ga fight for Biafra. If I go to club, I go to social club, and I to ego. At the end of the year, ego. On the grab balance na. So I go to social club. Onye with the lie, can you say with the Biafra Simon Eba? I always say God bless that guy. But when I'm Ngozi and I have Patakwan Nudo. That's why if I have trouble, God, check this Biafra Bia. So almost step by stage. I can remember mgbe ndị ọrụ nwaanyị US na-ese bridge with akpa ebu n'aka maka na a ga-asọmiti akwara nke a ga-asọmiti akwara nke a anyị na-enekwana ya mgbe anyị na-enye mgbe anyị na-aṅụrị na the whole world na maka Biafra na-eme protest na-ebu flag atago after ife na-eme stay now nwebeghị anything nwebeghị any change I forgosizi ya nwebeghị any change until Simon came mgbe Simon bịara ka anyị mana na this nation Biafra enwego different dimension whether it's enweta ya na ọbọsọsọ ị na-ekwusa okwu evita atọ n'okwu na-ebugharị flag na-eme protest na so mgbe Simon bịara wee nweta dimension anyị nweta Biafra megidekwa ya mee the first convention ọ na-aga ndị mmadụ na-eti a na-afọ ife na-eme for the first time Biafra ịgada as a convention yeah the first time mwefu Biafra ịgada enwe convention gada for the first time that's the first time mwefu ya no agada enwe convention okwu ma ọgba ka ekwutere okwu ID card ba first time ekwuru okwu ID card and they have to move forward ebe ekwu okwu na-agara declare ya na December ebido to vote which is I voted online and my vote I counted ya so some people voted before Ngozi Orabueze Biafra keta Biafra ha bịago if I na-echizi recognition that recognition my spirit na-agwasị m ike na ọmanta aka
yes
my spirit na-agwasị m ike na ọmanta aka so my spirit na-agwasị m ike na ọmanta aka our people go this Biafra as our country ọdịsị ike ebe ha nọ so many people na-testify o nwere mgbe na-ege fundraising yesterday nwere one guy kpọrọ okwu from Dubai ọ sị na edere akwụkwọ gbasara Biafra and so on and so forth o si ofu ihe nwetara n'ebe ife dị guy kwuru dogodo m anya na ọfịs ọbụla ba na-ajụ ya kedu ID gosi n'Igbo onye Biafra what is your ID ID gosi n'Igbo Igbo Biafra ọ bụghị n'ọnụ ID gosi n'Igbo Biafra all the country they advance na-enwe ID ID a gosi n'Igbo onye obodo a atagara onwe mbọsị na-eke something online something either last year or last 2 years somebody mamebo ọ dịka Australia ka agaghị ụmụ obodo si wee gaa onye Australia ka ọ ma the guy ṅụrụ mmanya lọsọ paspọtụ ya atagona lọsọ paspọtụ ya na flight wee bata na Australia airport so immigration ọbịa na kanta ka ọ gafere so ka o pụtara paspọtụ ya ife wetara ID card ka o wetara as a citizen of Australia
yes
ID card ka o ji ebakwazi back to Australia ọ lọsọ paspọtụ ya ma without that ID and the passport ọ bụrụ na o ji ha na-abụ nwe ebe ọ na-eje a ga-ete n'ugodi ya chek ozie ya gbasara ya mana ID ahụ ka o jizi wee cheka back to Australia so the guy na-ekwu a na-ajụ ya si ya kedu your ID ọ bụtakwa si ya kedu before agwazi ya ka o si omezie apply ID so our people na abroad kwesịrị onye ọ kwesịrị isi for that ID kịta ọ bụkwa gboo before arọshịba kịta ka ọkwa gboo so if arọshịba so we are waiting for our recognition and God will help us ọ ga-abịa na mmezu but this is our last hope anyị enweghịzi hope na Nigeria can never work myself I'm after once a Nigerian my spirit didn't go Nigeria long years ago my spirit didn't go long years ago so that's our prayer and God will help us so thank you very much
thank you my brother thank you for listening also. Thank you yeah thank you we are here I see big man legendary good evening in the building you're welcome please have the mic
yeah can you hear me
loud and clear legendary
okay yeah I want to thank you I wish people are, I know, not I wish, your research is being disseminated. People are getting the information, except those who have decided not to. I was about asking one question, but that question I answered myself. That question is, does it mean that people don't know this fact that you are saying here? But the answer is yes. To some extent, most of us know. Like I said the other day in your joint broadcast with Kai Television.
Yeah.
Those days when before you open studio, or by the time you open studio, you will see people from Ogenkere, errand boys and women start ranting. The only thing we were telling them here is that we are not telling you to join USB or follow Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Go and make your research.
Simple.
Because of a truth, Ogenkere is staged for distraction. You understand? There is one program they are holding now. There is inscription that say BRGIE and the US government is the only whatever Ogenkere declares. And you watch Sonia Akparawa, a whole Sonia Akparawa, the Minister of Info, only 10%. Only 10 is watching. Only 10. You think people doesn't know? Okay, and they will use this white dubious guy, this Elias. They what they do now is every program they will position Elias, and you know, time have gone for all those things. You see, when we see Elias white face, we will succumb to Ogenkere or come and join him. Those days have gone. Elias have been exposed beyond repair. He was an errand man. He used Ogenkere's money to, whether he has established his own firm now or not. And apart from Ogenkere, who is Elias lobbying for again? Who knows Elias? An era boy to Moral Global. And when they discover that his games are trying to tarnish the image of the company, they sacked him. He went and opened his own because he's holding Ogenkere. Ogenkere using him neither. You know, these are the things. So what I want to do or say to people here is that make your personal research. The internet, the Google is not true. Google is not true. If it is true, locate the real one and make your research. Make your findings. This is just what we are talking about here. You see this woman, like what we are doing the other day, that this is the only woman that have left the other pattern that will rubbish the movement to follow the administrative way that will gain us what we are looking for. So the anybody that is trying to monitor what is happening will agree that Ogenkere is staged, is positioned to distract, to destroy. You know, he's into parallel government.
That is what he has said. He never called him. They called him parallel organization.
Thank you.
And I want to keep one thing before you continue. You know what happened in Namibia history? In Namibia, the South African government, after Namibia has declared their independence through SWAPO, South Africa formed a group they called SWANUP. Exactly SWAPO. And where are these organizations? They formed them the same Angola and the Tanzania, where the government of exile of Namibia is. And why that South Africa was the one sponsoring this group, they are forced South Africa break from the original SWAPO, break them into 4 different groups to emerge the other 4, making it 8 that was fighting against SWAPO. So the same way, that's why I said one of my programs, that Nigeria adopted the pattern that South Africa used to fight against Namibia, but never win. Because there is no how propaganda and lies will overshadow the truth one day.
Exactly.
That is where we are.
So what we're trying to say here is, like my brother that spoke first did, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a forerunner.
Yeah.
But let me establish here that forerunners are not finishers. Go and check.
Yeah.
Forerunners, most times they are not finishers. If you check the history, you have been making more research than me, you know. Most times they do. I mean, sometimes they do, but most times not.
Most they always fail.
Yes. Now, you see, I have tried to establish this fact. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a forerunner. He's just like John the Baptist, who cleared the way for the real Messiah. But I don't want viewers to misunderstand me. I don't want anybody listening to misunderstand me. Without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there will be no Mazi Ekpa.
Yes.
Believe it or leave it. If not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa would have been doing the Ohaneze business, doing his normal politics in Finland. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the only thing would have had is that maybe there is a lady, an Igbo woman who is fighting for going for senatorial seat in America, maybe have won. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. You are right.
So, without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there will be no Mazi Simon Ekpa. So, I just want to establish this so that people on the platform will not misunderstand me. I just want to put it that way. So, most times, forerunners don't finish the line. It's just like people on athletes. The person that starts with the baton will not run until he crosses the line or she crosses it doesn't make, but how fast you run determines how better the person you are handing over the baton will run. And that is what is happening. That is what is happening. And let me equally say, without sentiment, let's put sentiments aside. Ubazirike did a good job to some extent.
Yes.
Let us remove sentiments. Let us remove sentiment and face the truth. But the thing is that sometimes, I don't know if you have grown in the village. We have stream. We have stream in the village.
Yes.
And in my own village, the stream has hills. You have to climb the hills, fetch water, climb up. And sometimes there may be need for water urgently, and you are asked to go to the stream. Maybe you fetch the water, climbing the hill or walking on the road. You were distracted by things aside.
Yes.
And you kick one log of wood, or some of these things that you can see on the ground. You kick them, and the water fell from your and you know how it used to be in those days. The gallon will break.
Yeah.
And if such happens, what you will do now is you will remain there, because you will not come back. You will remain there, and that may be the only gallon in the house. You will remain there until maybe somebody that knows your mother or your father will now come and stand before you while you stand behind with the gallon. And he will now, tell a story, calm down your father and your mother and all that before you can access your home. If not, you hear it. So what I'm trying to say is that Ubazirike may have come up with a good intention, but I don't know if he prepared himself for the things ahead. That is not going to be easy. That people who come up with this journey, this and this and this and this are likely to happen to them. And just like we had along the line, the Wazirike trustees, the people he had as they will not, we are together, let's go. They all fell apart. Wazirike followed them and fell apart. And later did he know that there is a disciple who will not give up. And that is Nnamdi Kanu. And Nnamdi Kanu continued. And the same thing Nnamdi Kanu told his disciples, that if you disappoint, I will not, you are the only person that you will be the people to disappoint. But for me, leave me at the forefront, I will not disappoint. And the greatest problem of Nnamdi Kanu was the people that surrounded him, even to the second in command, were people who came to enrich themselves through the movement, because they saw, see, let me tell you, if you mention anything Biafra, every Igbo man, no matter what, the person may not say it to agree with you, but within his heart, his wish is that, will it be on this earth that this Biafra will come? There's nobody that says, apart from these politicians, even some of these politicians, Mazi Simon Ekpa said that some politicians voted secretly. For some politicians made that self-referendum. Most Ipob members, he was announcing it that he has seen Ipob members voting. Most politicians voted secretly. You know, it's not something you expose, because they have one of the best whatever security companies that was monitoring, was in charge of that, and that is why it's acceptable. That is why it's not something people are doubting, because a known security company was employed to handle that.
Yeah.
Simon never said it. He wasn't playing with that matter. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did a wonderful job. Started preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching. This man preached until he was coming morning and night.
Exactly. Then we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Are you there? Then we can't hear you anymore. Are you still there? Okay. We will continue until he comes. Maybe network is disturbing.
Nation in Waiting. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, DPM USB. Government-in-Exile and Peaceful Redeclaration. State in Waiting Framework. Yes, by using formal statecraft, establishing a cabinet, ministries, a registry, and official bylaws, this structure explicitly uses the legal architecture required to prove governance capacity under the Montevideo Convention. IPOB, Directorate of State, DOS. Organizational Directorate. Non-state actor, /NGO, no, built as an executive board to run a political movement. Its primary output is human rights advocacy and protest. International law treats it as an internal pressure group rather than a functioning administration. BGC Crc, Biafra Government Council. Parallel governing committees. Internal factional committee. No, in international law, fractured representation and parallel councils create severe diplomatic friction. Foreign states look for a single, unified constitutional authority. Overlapping committees are seen as political.
Okay, I thought that is network. That's why I said let us be paying our audios before you come back.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, what I was saying is that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had over 80 million Ipob members scattered all over the world from homeland. At a point, you know, our people, they converted it into business.
Yeah.
Some sycophants, some dubious people, liars, and some people who wanted to use it for political this thing moved in. the likes of Chinas and Woru now came in from behind with a bad intention, and we are shouting Onyendu, Onyendu. We never knew that these ones will just go behind, you know, had a business with Ifeanyi Oba and all the rest of them to deal with him. And Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, I heard when he said, very soon we are going to form a government, but I don't know when it will be.
Yeah.
He understood. He now saw a man who has a particular dimension, who has the correct navigation map to what he's looking for. Being a selfless leader, being a wise man, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu did not hesitate to announce the man and call all members to go and listen to him.
Exactly.
If Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was fake, he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have created that platform. He wouldn't have opened that room. He wouldn't, you know, that announcement alone, that announcement was what the DOS tried everything, but they could not defeat Mazi Simon. But each time, both those on media and Mazi Simon Eba, we play that announcement. He said that this one is doing absolutely fantastic. And that was why the likes of Methuselah and the rest of them, who never understood what it means to bring a nation, was still seeing our organization, Ipob. They never saw what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu saw in EPA. How many of them are known in their countries of residence? This is a man who was not only in a country, but was known in that country by first-class politicians. To the extent that he can walk freely to the president of the country and have a tea or coffee with him. How many of them, Chike Doziem and the rest of them and all of them put together? He saw what EPA was. In fact, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu saw that the dimension EPA has is bigger than his own.
Yes.
Let's say the truth here.
I have said it already now.
But he, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, is a forerunner. He has opened the platform. And that platform gave room for EPA to step in. Now, having seen what EPA, this guy is carrying what I don't, he is bringing a new dimension. Do you know what it means for a man to announce a fellow man that what he's carrying is bigger than what I already have? I have read, I studied history, I did this, I have my master's, I have gone far, I've met with people, we have done several campaigns and street protests and all that. But you see this one, he has a new dimension to the thing I've been longing for all these years. He now say, follow him. The Ipob members say, no. What we need is going to, where is that place? They say St. Patrick Day to raise flag. And who recognize the raising of the flag? Who cannot raise flag? Even there at this studio you are now, can't you raise flag? Which one is not raising flag? And the man who set up this organization, who formed this, say, you see this one, go and follow him. What he has is of new dimension compared to what I have. I have done my part, but you see this one is bringing a new dimension to the awareness we are trying to create. And people fail to understand what this man saw. Now the question is, are you looking for Biafra or are you after your organization?
After organization.
Now, the organization will come and go. Those days we had the Osadebe and the Oliver de Coke singing with several clubs, people, Club of Nigeria, whatever club, and so many clubs. Are those clubs, no matter the landmark they left behind, the building and everything, are the club still the same club of those days that Asadebe released song for and Oliver Dikogwe? They are not, they've gone. Then this was the same people, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu will cancel election 24 hours to the time they will mount pressure on him. And this man will have nothing to do there. They are the people working with me. If I say no to them, who am I going to work with? This is administration. I am not the only person. But watch the days of Mazi Simon Ekpa. He said this will not happen, and it did not happen. Hope Uzodinma voted himself by himself, and they gave him the announcement he has written a year before the election. But the opportunity to do the jamboree was not there. Everybody saw it. So this is history repeating itself. Now, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up, my sub-members were against him. The only thing is that social media have not gone, is not as it is now. If not, my sub-members would have done what the Ipob did to Mazi Simon Ekpa, and what the BRGIE and all the fallback group are doing to Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. But even at that, it has never happened in the history of life that lies overpowered truth.
That is where we
you see what you are
here.
doing here. Many people have realized this, but some are ashamed to come back or come openly, to identify with the truth or with the USB government. These things you are saying here, do you think that Ajere and the rest of them don't know about this thing? Or Hasana Barawa? They know. They know. They know. But most of their followers don't know. Now, the question is, why haven't, I said the last time, was it in 2000 and, is it 2015? Or 2000 and what? The election that brought, when Jonathan was going for second term, Obasanjo never supported him. But in order for Obasanjo to show that Obasanjo tore his membership card, Obasanjo brought his PDP membership card and tore it publicly. He tore it publicly, declared himself non-member. Till today, Obasanjo, go and check it. Obasanjo, just because he said no to Jonathan's coming second term and all that, him with Atiku, they rose and fought Jonathan. That election that Jonathan lost. Why haven't Ajere tore USB ID card is having? Ugo 247. Mary Lazuba. Azaya Nyogo or Genkere, whichever one he bears. All of them. Why haven't they said, I am not part of this? This is fake ID card. Therefore, I tore it. I've longed to see any of them that will tear or destroy that ID card publicly. And will give him applaud that you are sincere. This particular ID card. Now, it means that they know the value, but because these people are programmed to destroy the movement, they have this ID card. And from back door, they are deceiving others. Imagine if it was Ogenkere that is giving this ID card. Or imagine if Ajere had the opportunity to be given this ID card. Ajere will be coming out 4 times a day, raising his 10 fingers and 10 toes, telling people the importance of this ID card. You see how wicked some of these guys are. And that is why I said, I can't stop believing that these guys were programmed from behind to do this. Now, for you to believe me, what Ugo 247 was doing was to see if he can use his platform to destroy USB, whereas there was a secret agenda with his madam.
Yes.
With his madam, and say PUC, or he say PUC or PVC or whatever they call it. Imagine. So what I'm trying to say here is, I wonder why the Ipob members or our people have failed to realize that shouting Ipob for the next 20 years can never bring Biafra. If shouting Ipob can never in this life. If you like, shout out Ipob, Ipob, Ipob. These are things people misunderstand. The area called Biafra, they were calling it Eastern Region. And somebody came up and had a town hall meeting and said, this is the name, we know it to be. People that know say, this thing shall be called this. And from that time till now, it has remained that. Ipob gave birth to wherever we are today. And the problem, okay, if I should ask Methuselah, all this program deserve it. What is his vision? What is his template? Most of them are still waiting for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to come out. Can you imagine that? A man have opened the way and asked, follow this person. This person knew what was about coming. He said, this person is a surrogate. Is a surrogate. Tell her to protect the mandate. And yet, ndị anyị na-agbaghalị erute na platform na-akọ eri. Ndị ụmụaja na-akọ eri. Ndị nke a na-akọ eri. So, I just want to lend my voice here that USB redeclared remains the only way. And very soon, we all will realize. And all these sycophants shall be put to shame at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Master Yandri, for coming in. Thanks so much for letting your voice. So that is what something that creates our mind. When Biafrans pick up the link and join us and bring more light and throw their own opinion to what we are doing, because there is no one voice to move this movement. We need all inclusive. That is what I call on social media the multiple dimension that Obato will be introduced to us. The multiple dimension is not one person's voice. It is inclusive of all. That's what we are doing. So I really appreciate you as you come. Look at the minute you used to talk. I rest my voice. Then when you stop, I pick it up from there. That is why sometimes we put the link. You have friends to join to help to preach the message, no matter from the area you are coming from. All are inclusive of all. So I want to thank you so much for being with me this evening. As I still continue, because I have the time to continue. So I still continue the program until when the spirit is said it's over from me, or the spirit is tired. I have to go and rest, because what we are doing at this stage is only people that do not understand where we are. If you know where this government is and what is about to happen, the happiness will not allow you to move away from social media. You will continuously trying to what I'm doing is I am only trying to stop people to say I don't know or had I know. That is why I'm using my time to bring those messages that is not open. Our problem is that we believe in hearsay. Look at this video. Let us analyze. I have checked what we are doing on social media. What we started doing from time of Orabueze, what we're seeing till today, analyze ourselves. And that's even that our analyzing ourselves. When it's come to the things that the world says that this is a parallel faction that can never stop recognition of lost country or a new one. Those things that we are debunking is not among. See, no matter whatever may happen in this world, birds of the same feather must flock together. When they say, show me your friend, I will tell you who you are. That is what is happening. I don't think you can change their mind. But what I'm doing is my father, my son, now I gwarange And that's my bofu. And what I'm doing is this: had I know that will come at last to do that, that's your ignorant is not an excuse in the eyes of this program I'm doing today. This program will be used to judge you in Biafran land very soon, because I take my time to do these findings, and after that I still have a time to come out here and call you. Come, let us share it together. Share the program, like the program, let people know that this is what we're supposed to do that we are not doing. There is what the international community is asking from us. They ask us that they want us to give them a peaceful redeclaration of this lost country. Who is the other way around? They called it external discussion of having a new nation. That without us giving them this way to organize Biafra, that whatever we are doing was internal matter. And the internal matter based on who? Based on the side of Nigeria government. That all these protests and everything that we are doing it based on the internal, that they need external. The external is where we are. The external is what we have give the world through USB we are declared. And that is why I said that after Chukwuemeka Odumegwu have lost the war and they made the mistake of not transition us then into Government-in-Exile in Ivory Coast, why that Namibia towards that time transitioned their movement into Zambia, Angola, and Tanzania to form Government-in-Exile. And that is why they are first us to become country. Even though that they're first us to start. But when Namibia tried it and found that within South Africa is not going to happen, what happened? They transition from their government. If Chukwuemeka Odumegwu could have formed Government-in-Exile, we could have first some countries today become a full nation. But that is where the Abiyama wanted to end that time, because he saw that we are not ready then. And because of we are the Israelites that of this world in this, when it's come to Africa, Chukwu Abiyama allows us to suffer what the Israelites passed through, so we can be able to value this country like the way Israelites followed their country after the 40 years in wilderness, supposed to be 40 days. And what happens? The same Israelites achieved their country through a woman. A woman was finally the one that made Israel to become a country that we are seeing today. And those who call themselves Christians that are calling Christ, calling Mother Mary, they refuse that a woman will give birth of Jesus Christ. And those who are calling Israel to come and help them refuse to obey or take instruction from our DPM. We refuse to understand that Netanyahu to become a prime minister is that because of a woman stood up and fight for Israel to become a country that we are seeing today. Do they think that the same Israel of the Jacob and Isaac was the same really thing? After that, do you also know that some countries in Asia, like Bahrain, was first country that recognizes Israel as a country in this world? When it's come to the modern world of having a nation, is by a woman that achieved it. When Germany was a tough country and be a good country, is by a woman. Today, the Lisa country that people are into it today and sorting our DPM is by a woman also. Many of them like that, even in Africa. The woman who happened to be the president of Namibia today was the woman who took over when the leader who is fighting for Namibia, so this from South Africa, was arrested by South Africa. She took over. Before the man will come out, he has achieved recognition of Namibia in 1980. The man comes out. The first election, they voted the man. You suffered for this. bid so far you want to be the president, we all voted you. They conducted their vote. Even those enemies trying to vote against man, but the population of those who voted the man past the woman surrender, and the man become the first president. Today, a woman is a president of Namibia. Namibia is one of the best countries so far in Africa till today, as if you check the history very well. So I want people to understand that this message I am passing is what we use to ask you questions in due time, that Biafra was well declared, that you as in person refused because of you a woman. Then that time we will count you, remind you again how many countries that achieved their country today because of woman step in. And the word of Master they can never go in vain without those prophecies to be fulfilled. And you are here today. That prophecy is being fulfilled by when a woman in America joins Biafra, that Biafra has come. And that woman is here today doing what men not be able to do. What is hard for men to do because of that Biafra is a modern nation, that Chukwu wants you to fully re-declared by a woman. And also they should understand the law, that it is very easy to arrest a woman, to arrest a man who declares a new nation or lost one. But it's very hard to arrest a woman, because they said, they are fellow Gen Zs, we said, well, within the Gen Z law, that men like to support women. That is why this law triggers that no woman who has fight for a nation that was arrested. Brazil is a country through a woman. How many women to account for you? And you are here, refuse to accept the truth. The truth will give you punishment at last, because the truth must punish those who refuse to accept the truth. The same way, the message must disgrace and punish those that the message never wanted to use as a messenger. But you force yourself to use the message will force you out. And then Hadino will come at last. That Hadino is what I'm here to give it to you. That's why I make it open for you to understand that a way to have a new nation, the word said, it's not longer by protest. It's not by organization. That is only through one way. It's just a one-way traffic, which is you must transition into Government-in-Exile. The Government-in-Exile must prove that it's authentic and want a nation by issue a peaceful redecoration or decoration of a lost country. This is how the world wants us. And this is what the world is looking for to solve this while. The way the Biafran issue is being discussed today is not been discussed in that way before. And the word said, we are not given recognition based on grievances or pity, that we are given based on the legal criteria of that guides every country in the world, and the way you must work for you to achieve your country is what the world is giving to us. And we are here to let you know that if you are hearing this research, and that is why I will first read the question I asked, and I asked you go and ask such a question. And I come out when I said that the program's second session that we handle right now, my question is, between Ngozi Orabueze, the DPM with peaceful redecoration of USB, and Ipob, BGC, CRC, Masob, Ogenkere claiming bridge, who is acting as a nation in waiting for recognition. You can type it as I read it out now and put it on the Google and find what they will give it to you. What I'm doing is not in the open. What I'm doing is in the open, but depend on how you go about it. But what I have to use to do the research is more than what you will see in the Google. But Google will highlight it for you. But coming to details, information, and the summary, that is when that is why this my app superseded what I do research. And if you're a student, you have a question in a class I cannot be able to answer, give it to me. I will give you the answer. When you go to school, you pass the exam. If they not ask you how do you solve this problem, Then if you come to this page, tell me that I am lying. Bring your questions. Even from your school, I will help you find an answer. Copy through WhatsApp, send it to you. Then you go to school and submit and see if the school will pass you back and see what will happen. The time has come. Chukwuka has given us everything at this time for us to achieve Biafra recognition after our peaceful declaration. I am not here to discuss any other issues. I am here to discuss issues concerning government-in-exile, peaceful declaration, how you can achieve recognition, what other countries have done in the past to become a country. That is all I can able give to you. So as we continue, listen to this before we go into our analysis again.
Stable states in waiting. Why the US BGIE framework fits the nation in waiting criteria. To move from an activist movement to a sovereign contender, an entity must fulfill specific criteria that foreign ministries and international courts look for. The model deployed by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is structured around these exact legal requirements.
That is why I said that the way for organized Biafra as a country is not being given by any Biafra. It's not being given by a Nigerian government. The law has already put out. That is why I ask you, can you write your exam and mark your exam and pass yourself and pronounce yourself first position? Someone must mark your exam. You are the one that write the exam, but someone will pronounce that you are in first position, second, third, fourth, fifth. Somebody will do that. Somebody will look at what you wrote and said yes. The same thing, that criteria of having Biafra as a country. The world are watching us, what we are doing. Are we on the legal side? What gives them to talk about us? Are we on the side that Biafra will be a country with everything that based on the criteria that has already been existing in this world? The one example I want to give to you, before you travel to any country, there is a criteria of traveling. ID card is involved. Passport is involved. And many more things you have to do before you travel. And when you travel to that country, you are not coming to change their law or bring new law. You will stand on the existing law of that country. You will stand on the ground of that particular country law to work. And from there, you can earn something. You never destroy their law. You never wanted for them to come to you, or rather you go to them. So the USD they are declared today is moving towards that. And there's nothing you can do, because you are not the one to announce who's supposed to get recognition. Where of recognition is not from you. You are only going to be there, talk, and when the recognition has come. Now that the world has been testifying that our DPM, to the cabinet members, after issue peaceful declaration of USB, that she is acting on the modern day law, and the model that she's following is a model of a country in waiting for recognition. It's not by you, it's not either by me, but it is by those. And the same road, that is why they always said that our DPM is copying the model of all the lost countries that achieved their own through government-in-exile. They will now refer us right now as the criteria of Poland, imagine, criteria of Czechoslovakia, criteria of Namibia, criteria of Ethiopia, criteria of Eritrea from Africa. These are countries that lost their own. The Baltic states, the Lithuanians, these are those that lost their country. They are all a very big country today, but the road they passed to have their country is what the world wants us to pass, and today we're on that road. And the world is giving us accolades. They're referring us that we are doing it right. And what is evidence today? Many of IPOB has confirmed that the Biafra map has come back to the world map, and it's only come back with the name United State of Biafra. And who they declare it? And the world also said that the only true original government-in-exile is the one that issued peaceful declaration and maintain a government structure that has transitioned out from street protest group into a country in waiting. It's not by you. It's not by me. It's only by those that you are calling Netanyahu, Donald Trump, or international community. And the international community has made it openly that they are not helping anybody with armed struggle. When they see arm in your hand, they will tag you rebel, insurgency. And the only one they cares for is the one with this peaceful method of a peaceful civil society of the people of the country is the only one they are recognizing. That the era of military has gone. That's where they stand, is that man in the courtroom, not that man with the biggest gun in the battlefield. Check, minus, plus, and the times what the world wants, and those you are calling international community. And Jacob and the Butos and all of you, look at the 21st century law. No more armed struggle. Wrong. And what is happening in Nigeria is bigger than many of you that is inside that bush. You better stop showing gun and bullets, because they will come for you. The way they have been coming is going to be quite different from the way they want to come this time around, because of what is happening, what Donald Trump is doing in the north. Remember that those in the Biafran will suffer it. When you are putting yourself under this sufferness, remember that you are don't put yourself, nobody puts you. When you are doing video, showing on social media, nobody asks you to do it. You want to claim who you are not. But we must understand that there is no other way except this way that we are moving right now. Let's continue.
1. Shifting from activism to administration. While a DOS structure focuses on street agitation and reporting human rights abuses to the United Nations, a GIE framework stops asking a foreign power to solve its grievances. Instead, it asserts its own administrative authority. By issuing a peaceful redeclaration, it sets up the necessary civic organs, such as ministries, documentation systems, and code of conduct policies, to show global observers that it is prepared to assume the responsibilities of full statehood immediately. 2. Satisfying the Montevideo Convention standards. International law recognizes a state based on its capacity to enter into relations with other states. Foreign diplomats cannot draft treaties or open embassies with a non-governmental protest organization, like a DOS.
Like a DOS simply means DOS. The word has made it openly that there is no amount of your protest that will make them to recognize you, that you have been protesting for 12 to 13 to 24, 27 years. That because of that, they are going to call you and say, okay, from today, you are Biafra, your name is Biafra, is a country. Take your Republic of Biafra. It doesn't happen that way. The word said that it doesn't happen in that way. That there is no amount of your protest that will make them recognize you as a country. There is no amount of your noise that will make them to recognize you as a nation. That is only through GIE is the one they know. That is the one they want to recognize, proving that this is a country in waiting. So stop. I will ask you for today, stop.
Part. AGIE provides that exact administrative vessel, allowing...
Legendary, anytime I want to say something, you mute your mic, then you can go on.
Foreign policies to evaluate the movement using the laws of statehood rather than the laws of public protest. 3. Demonstrating de facto civil discipline. When a nation in waiting organizes massive global assemblies or solemn days of remembrance under a GIE decree, it isn't just holding a rally, it is demonstrating voluntary civil compliance. To the international community, a population that peacefully follows the administrative directives of an exiled government proves that the GIE commands true civic authority, which is the foundational definition of sovereignty. The geopolitical reality, the international community categorizes movements by their operational models. Factions relying on a DOS or parallel committees continue to speak the language of protest and internal agitation. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile model under Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the framework explicitly acting as a nation in waiting, utilizing peaceful declarations and structured statecraft to position itself for formal, state-level international recognition.
I hope I hope you are getting it. And the English is very simple for you to understand it. It's not about all this gragra. It's not about we are here before then. But it is about the reality. What is the reality? That the world said stop protests. And that is why USB is not doing protests. That's why what? USB is not doing protests. USB stand as a country waiting, issuing orders, and see how things are going to work. If there is no USB really declared, you can't stand talk about it, because anyway you talk about Biafra, you will be arrested. But what gives us the power is a peaceful redeclaration of Biafra as a country. That is only what.
Yeah, Mazi, do you know what you said now? I was just wondering, imagine this Ajere and their group. Imagine their meetings in Finland about not stopping the declaration, if it had worked. All these things we are talking about now, their plans would have, would have been a success, and the effort of Mazen Namdekala and Mazepa would have been truncated.
Yes, we'll start afresh. It's going to
because the height we have gone is because this woman with people of like mind insisted that the declaration must go on. And I think, was it last year? It should be last year or so that she tweeted that Finland recognized the declaration of Biafra on 24th November, on 29th November, 2024. You see, Mazi Simon Ekpa was the first person that stopped this protest. And I know the day he said it, he allowed Ipob to, the last protest Ipob declared, many people were killed in Aba. Mazi Ekpa now came up and said that he just allowed them to do this again. And it appears they are using this thing to wipe our youth. There will be no protest again. And he said that if there would be protests, that he would prepare for the protest. Do you understand? He said if there would be protest, if anything will make him call for protest, he would prepare for the protest. Not this protest of Ipob. You allow your people to be killed, and at the end of the day, you won't do anything. You only go and rant on social media, and it is gone. This man now stopped.
And that protest. Is when the world will say that it's under human rights activism, is what they are doing.
Yes. He stopped protests. He told the DOS that you people are using these protests to destroy our people. You are using this protest because when you call for it, our people have this eagerness. As long as it's Biafra, they will march on the street. But there won't be anything like protest again.
Yeah.
There won't be. That if there would be, he will prepare. He will prepare for it so that whatever comes, when those people come, they will take what they are looking for.
Yes.
So, you see, and Dr. Orabueze is doing more. What I mean that he's doing more. He's doing more in the sense that he said we have to defend ourselves. But at the same time, we must follow things to get what we're looking for. And that was why the people who do not understand what you are saying here, the likes of Remy Juice, the person talking, if you ask him, what are your plans like? He doesn't have one. And that was why they have been jumping from one group of BRGIE fall back to another one, to another one, to another one till today. Because they failed to realize where we are. Some of this research, like what I'm saying, if that guy is on the platform, he can hear what I'm saying. I call on him because they were part of the people that destroyed what is happening. They were the part of you see Remigius, you see Biafra Unite, we told Genkera and the rest of, they were all part of what is happening in our country today. When I mean country, I mean Biafra land. They contributed to what is happening. They contributed to the fall of the angels, and they contributed to everything that is happening today. Everything. The backwardness and everything, they contributed to it. They used their different platforms, and today they are regretting it. And at the same time, to say the truth is hard for that faceless man, liar, and Ipob Biafra Unite. It's difficult for him to admit that, yes, I am sorry, I didn't do it. He said the truth. Which truth did you say? Are we dealing with Chatta? A new nation has been created and you are talking about Chatta. This was the Chatta had given platform for this, and this one now supersedes Chatta.
Yes.
The Biafran Constitution and the Chatta, which one supersedes? That thing that the Biafran Unite read, that he supported. Why is he not supporting Ogenkere now? Why is he not still supporting Ogenkere? You know, these were people. You see, there are people that, I don't know how to say it, but they will reap the fruits of whatever they sow. What they sow in this book is what they will reap. They are coming now to do damage control. We should come together. When you do you know what it means to rebuild? Okay, what if this woman all this why? Then one so Ogenkere put maybe 10 persons now so that our platform and this. Nobody's interested. People have seen his own language, where he's coming from. Nobody. Our PVC will go 247. Imagine if Dr. Ngozi Orabueze was not here, or the Biafra Unite, you know, use the platform here, all their gang up with Remigius and that, what would have happened? You see how wicked these guys, what they did to this movement. And today, instead of coming to confess, apologize, identify with the right group, they are trying to play prank, trying to, you know, do a cover-up of what they did. And that is why they fell, and they can never rise to where they used to be before. Remigius is trying to do damage control. Ngozi Orabueze, Madam Highway, Madam Burumiri. Why did he suddenly stop? I wish he could hear me. Blind seer. You call yourself a seer. So you saw in your shrine that Dr. Ngozi Orabueze will Fulani, borrow Madam Highway, borrow Burumiri. After he pochari India, after Remigius called all these names, what happened? Is Remigius now leading? Is his platform still leading the way he used to lead before?
For where?
After Biafra Unite did his own, okay, so fire, this one, that one, promoted Ogenkere, do this. What happened? Is Biafra Unite and that Ogenkere still where they used to be before? He called the group with Adade Orama, went to see Arusi. What happened? What happened? What happened? Remigius. What happened to Biafra Unite? What happened? You went to form your autopilot. What happened? You think it's easy. You hide your face and you want to be at the commanding platform. Nobody knows you, but you want to command me. I don't know you, and you want to tell me what to do. Who does that? except if I'm not an Igbo man. So what I'm trying to say here is, at the heat of this movement, this group of guys caused a lot of damage. And today they have seen that damage. They are seeing it. But their stupidity, their foolishness, their ego won't allow them to confess and go back to where they should be. But they only pretend. They should come together. Come together. Under which platform? Come together as what? Come together under who? So, what we're trying to say is that God help our people open their eyes, to understand where we are,
exactly.
Understand the importance of aligning with USB, and understand the job Dr. Ngozi Orabueze has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Master Gentry, so much. I honestly thank you for that wonderful one you submitted this evening. Hey, network, pick our brother Kene is out. But before Kene we come, I have another one audio, the last one I want to play, that we're going to talk about it fully. Then after that, the program will end. As we are going into this, we allow Kene, before Kene says something, I will play 2-bit audio. My brother, 1 minute, I will play 2-bit audio. Then from there, you can join in. So thank you so much. Just pay attention.
Okay.
When the international community, including the United Nations, foreign ministries, and international courts, engages with populations seeking self-determination or the restoration of a lost country, it relies on specific, strict legal frameworks. How international bodies look at a government-in-exile, GIE, versus an organizational body like a Directorate of State, DOS, comes down to distinct definitions in global diplomacy. 1. The language used for a government-in-exile, state-to-state language. In international statecraft, a government-in-exile represents a political claims framework. By declaring a GIE and issuing a peaceful redeclaration of statehood, an entity is explicitly attempting to speak the formal structural language of international law, such as the criteria of the Montevideo Convention. How the international community views it.
Okay, fine, let's go now.
GIE as a formal political claim to sovereignty. International bodies do not automatically grant recognition, but they recognize the political mechanism being used. The legal context. When a GIE uses administrative tools, such as issuing formal identity documents, codifying bylaws, and setting up structured ministries, it is using the exact institutional framework that foreign governments require to conduct formal state-level diplomacy.
Yes, the word state to state after peaceful redeclaration, not organization to the state, but it must be state to state, and that is where USB are right now. My brother, before network we take off from the homeland, please have the mic or mute yourself and give us what you have to us, want us to hear this evening. Go on. Or mute your mic. Or mute. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Your mic is closed. Open your mic. My brother, can I unmute your mic? Unmute. Your mic is cool. Can't hear you. Unmute your mic. I don't know whether you're hearing me. Unmute your mic, or you go out and come back. Go out and come back again. That could be the best. Yeah, come back to the network. So you must, the word of recognition goes to state, not by organization or one faction that just decided to move. The word of what? State to state, the language of state to state. Or the word is what's the international global community also want from us. You must be a state. You must be a country before other countries will talk to you. That is why it is very imperative at this time we are into that we bring out all the truths. And these truths shall set us free. There is no other truth we have. There's no other things to do except supporting USB we are declared. USB are declared is your country. There is no other country you have. And there is no other one we have also except USB we are declared. So, and which is only hope of any black race at this point. So remember that in USB we stand, and USB is the only hope for any Biafra. Because of what? Maintaining the criteria of the international global community is number one thing that we have achieved through our DPM and through a peaceful restoration is help us to achieve how others and be on the line, how other people and other countries achieve their country. That is where we are. Through what? Government-in-Exile. So, as we're going to round up, I want you to listen to this. But as we're rounding up, if anybody comes in, we are going to allow the call. We're going to allow the person to contribute before we finish the audio. That is the areas that we need to slice hand. And for you to know, no organization have ever achieved recognition for the first time in this world, except country to country, state to state. After the peaceful declaration of the lost country, everything will be in order. So it is very, very important for all of us to key in into USB declared. It's very important. So listen and listen very good. And use now to remove Hadaino in your life.
Structure allows foreign ministries to categorize the entity as a state in waiting or a government operating outside its contested. In the strict, analytical view of international law, foreign ministries and global institutions, the structure led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze with the Government-in-Exile, BRGIE, and the Peaceful Redeclaration is the entity actively attempting to operate as a state in waiting. The distinction lies entirely in how each body positions itself through its administrative choices and institutional framework. The two frameworks in the eyes of global diplomacy: 1. The state in waiting, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, and the Government-in-Exile. By transitioning into a Government-in-Exile, GIE, and anchoring the movement behind a peaceful redeclaration, Dr. Orabueze's administration is explicitly speaking the legal language required for statehood. Administrative statecraft. To be viewed as a state in waiting, an entity must demonstrate that it is built to govern, not just protest. The GIE framework does this by setting up formal ministries, enacting clear bylaws, and deploying official administrative instruments, such as issuing structured identity systems, managing citizen registries, and formalizing diplomatic lobbying. The diplomatic signal. This setup provides foreign governments with a structured political mechanism they can evaluate under international standards like the Montevideo Convention, which requires a functioning government capable of entering into formal relations. By framing its goals through a peaceful institutional restoration rather than street agitation, it presents itself to the world as an organized, ready-to-govern administration. 2. The civil movement, the IPOB Directorate of State, DOS. In contrast, by maintaining an organizational Directorate of State, DOS structure, that faction remains positioned within a completely different diplomatic category. The non-state actor label. The international community views a DOS fundamentally as the leadership committee of a political organization or pressure group. Because its structure is built for grassroots mobilization, media dissemination, and calling for human rights interventions, global power is treated as a non-governmental organization, NGO, or a civil rights movement. The diplomatic limit. While the DOS is highly effective at raising global awareness about human rights violations and organizing public demonstrations, it does not claim the architecture of an independent government. Consequently, foreign ministries engage with a DOS through the lens of humanitarian advocacy, not as a sovereign equal or a state in waiting. The geopolitical reality. The international community separates groups by their structural objectives. The Ipob DOS structure continues to speak the language of agitation, activism, and human rights advocacy. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile model under Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the one intentionally mimicking the behavior of a sovereign state, using peaceful declarations, institutional registries, and administrative ministries to posture itself as a disciplined state in waiting ready for formal international engagement.
Yeah, my brother, please have the mic. We'll knock you out again. Go on, my brother, please.
Yeah, God bless you, my brother. It's good, madam.
Thank you so much.
Onye eziokwu ka ebu. Mana o nwere ife nchọ ịkọwa gị. O nwere my friend nọ na America dị ya. M na-akọwara ihe a na-eme. Mana ọ naghị aghọta. Mana this is the truth and nothing but the truth. Nabagana. Ọbụla m nwere chance ịfụ nwaanyị akpọ nwaanyị isi pọnkụ mma ajụla abụla etogori fọs mana matara ka m nweta ya ọ na-agbapụ ka m pịa meseji ọ na-agbapụ but nwanne m nwoke na ntị the truth is this oke nkọwa dị ọzọ na-ekwu oke okwu dịka m ewe iwe but onye bụla ọmụmụ ihe ebe leje ma ị mara anyị kwesịrị ewe iwe ị na-agbasara anyị ozi ọma ana ịbụ onye eziokwu at times nlecha obodo anyị nọ n'ime anya obi ala agbụwa m because ihe ị na-eme ihe a bụ voluntarily ka ile
Network. Now allow him to speak. Network. The message, we must preach the message. Because of what? That is only through this message that our generation will be saved. Without this message, our generation is lost. And through our peaceful redecoration is how the real men redeem who they are. Yeah, go on, my brother.
Now, if you need to wear broken, or eventually that woman, because farmer, this is the truth. Oh, we can start talking about one day when you work, one day poor. Okay, no, I have business. Oh, I have about winky. Can't start talking about them now, my mama, one by one. But I'm more flowed that time. I had killed one into 44 group. No folk carry. Every couple here to check out Helen Mo. But I'm probably in the Helen Macataqua. If I let you file them, because one day my brother, Papa Ngoli Jai like a lemia.
Yes.
People Ngoli Jai like a lemia, and I found the truth. Now, tell me something now. Let me hear something from you. All I would do, I'm on a state.
All these things, so in here uncle na omego na country ndị ọzọ ọ ga-eme na nke anyị. Ọ bụrụ na when a country like Poland declare nke ha enwe ndị be ha jụrụ na ha chọọ. Ebe njigo okwu, look at a whole America na-ewu ewu ka declare America. Mmadụ 500 na ọrụ abịa sign na ha chọọ ka America bụrụ a country. Na-eme ndị be ha arrest, na-enye ndị Britain. Ọ na ha mara nke bụ eziokwu. Ofu ihe dị ọzọ m kwuru bụ sị na mgbede tata bụ na birds of the same feather must flock together. Ụkọ should the same people. Ọ bụrụ na ha mara mana ihe mee ha wụ na nwe ihe ego ahụ e nyere ha n'afọ Nigeria ka ha na-arụ ọrụ mgbe udele na Tokyo nwe ụlọ ebe obi na ya. Mana ọ batago ndị Fulani ego nye ụlọ fọnishi area obodo na-emere anyị vidiyo. So o feel na otu a karịa mma ọ na-eme otu eke ya mma ha ma nke bụ eziokwu.
But Madam Guru, Madam Guru, Madam Siani, Madam Guru, like yesterday for tourism. Oku also learn entity state of Nigeria and everywhere.
Yes, now.
I ain't wanted it. Not just as here, all a Madam broadcast and all free, got a father and here, all a hagger out school, educated. I wrote to that woman, that woman, Lola, ask Madam, go and make a research. Ask a Google, where is our stand, the USB?
Network. My brother, the truth remains that Nigeria government adopted the style of South Africa in this second time that we are into. They adopted the regime of South Africa for them to store what we are doing. And we thought, when you look at what they are doing, they know what they are doing. All of them. They are all paid agents. If Namibia can have paid agent, we will not have paid agent. That is the only thing that why I don't talk about this with my program is that I have really agreed that out of 27 countries, I have made research of how they become a country, that there is no saboteur, there is no betrayer, there is no this level of what this woman in a their country, but they never stop. That is why I given a different message for you to know that such a thing will be happening. Obruna people can na time of Jesus Christ, the mother Simba. Sira Prabanaba so nyohi, Masibu onye bere agwa horia, kedi hi neche. And when things I used to conclude my matter without asking anybody any other question. Obruna ndi madogasi, boboya, I bere zo handle, Masapro Habanabas. The same thing is still repeating here today, my brother. We must see such a people. They will come
now
because of the interest they are presenting.
Yes. Now, but are you with me? Are you hearing me?
Yes. Yes.
Now, I want to encourage you something. Don't ever, but don't look back. Oh. You know why? I don't own, for me, I don't owe nobody apology. We have gotten what we are looking for. No matter their propaganda, whatever they're doing, we are going somewhere. For those who understand, because they understand it too. I don't care how you understand your own, but I told them one thing, that when the map catches them, they will understand the truth. One day or soon, map will catch them. Then I will know what they will do. This is stupid woman, this foolish woman, they make a matter. Not will reject his people. Madam, listen to me. I wrote that on his comments. Madam, listen to me. Not revise the ideology of Biafra after Juku. He revived it. Then we all are indigenous of Biafra. All of us were indigenous of Biafra. And Masab or IPOP is a what do you call it? Is a what do you call it?
Network. Yes, we are going to summarize it. Network will not allow him to talk more. We are going to summarize and end the program. So we are going to play some audios. And after the audio, maybe as we see playing the audio, if he comes back, we pick, we'll bring him in.
In the strict, analytical view of international law, foreign ministries and global institutions, the structure led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze with the Government-in-Exile, BRGIE, and the Peaceful Redeclaration is the entity actively attempting to operate as a state in waiting. The distinction lies entirely in how each body positions itself through its administrative choices and institutional framework. The two frameworks in the eyes of global diplomacy: 1. The state in waiting, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, and the government in exile. By transitioning into a government in exile, GIE, and anchoring the movement behind a peaceful redeclaration, Dr. Orabueze's administration is explicitly speaking the legal language required for statehood. Administrative statecraft. To be viewed as a state in waiting, an entity must demonstrate that it is built to govern, not just protest. The GIE framework does this by setting up formal ministries, enacting clear bylaws, and deploying official administrative instruments, such as issuing structured identity systems, managing citizen registries, and formalizing diplomatic lobbying. The diplomatic signal. This setup provides foreign governments with a structured political mechanism they can evaluate under international standards like the Montevideo Convention, which requires a functioning government capable of entering into formal relations. By framing its goals through a peaceful institutional restoration rather than street agitation, it presents itself to the world as an organized, ready-to-govern administration. 2. The civil movement, the Ipob Directorate of State, DOS. In contrast, by maintaining an organizational Directorate of State, DOS structure, that faction remains positioned within a completely different diplomatic category. The non-state actor label. The international community views a DOS fundamentally as the leadership committee of a political organization or pressure group. Because its structure is built for grassroots mobilization, media dissemination, and calling for human rights interventions, global powers treat it as a non-governmental organization, NGO, or a civil rights movement. The diplomatic limit. While the DOS is highly effective at raising global awareness about human rights violations and organizing public demonstrations, it does not claim the architecture of an independent government. Consequently, foreign ministries engage with a DOS through the lens of humanitarian advocacy, not as a sovereign equal or a state in waiting. The geopolitical reality. The international community separates groups by their structural objectives. The Ipob DOS structure continues to speak the language of agitation, activism, and human rights advocacy. Meanwhile, the government-in-exile model under Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is the one intentionally mimicking the behavior of a sovereign state, using peaceful declarations, institutional registries, and administrative ministries to posture itself as a disciplined state in waiting ready for formal international engagement.
IPOB, stop protests. Biafra has been re-declared through the legal part of the international community by structure of a government in exile. And today, we are only fighting for the world to recognize the sovereignty of United States of Biafra as our own nation. That is the only thing that we are doing this time around. I play only audio. After the audio, like I said, we are closing the program. That is what we have this evening for Biafrans. So anytime you're going to watch the program, I only urge you to not be stingy by liking and sharing the program. Just like and share. It's very important if you do so. Others will get the message. If you did not share on Facebook, you can share there. Anywhere you think you can, we only ask you to do that. Because by doing that, you are spreading the message. If you think that you want what we are doing. So please do not undermine the message. Do not love messenger, but love the message. Please. Love the message.
In the eyes of international law and global diplomacy, the concept of statehood is governed by objective legal metrics, most notably established under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. When international bodies, such as the United Nations, the International Court of Justice, or foreign ministries, assess a movement seeking to restore a country, they ignore political rivalries, internal factions, or personal disputes. Instead, they look at the structural model an entity uses to communicate with the world. When comparing the models utilized by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's United States of Biafra, USB, Government-in-Exile, the Ipob Directorate of State, DOS structure, and Ogachukwu Mkere's CRC-BGC, Biafra Government Council frameworks, international law categorizes their actions as follows. 1. Acting under the framework of statehood, the Government-in-Exile, GIE model. The legal architecture implemented by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze via a formalized government in exile and a peaceful redeclaration is the model specifically designed to align with the international law of statehood. The mechanism. To be evaluated as a state in waiting, international law requires an entity to display the capacity for governance. BGIE structure attempts to do this by mimicking the organs of a sovereign nation, establishing ministries, codifying civil bylaws, registering citizens, and instituting official administrative mechanisms. The diplomatic fit. Under the Montevideo criteria, a state must demonstrate the capacity to enter into relations with other states. By utilizing formal statecraft instead of activist language, this framework presents a unified administrative counterpart that foreign governments can theoretically categorize and engage with under standard international protocols. 2. The non-state actor framework, the Ipob DOS structure. The Directorate of State, DOS structure, by definition, does not posture itself as an independent state administration. It is structured as an executive board for an organization. The legal category. The international community views a DOS framework under the rules governing non-governmental organizations, NGOs, or civil liberation movements. The language. Because a DOS communicates primarily through the language of human rights advocacy, public protests, and reporting domestic abuses, foreign states treat it as an internal pressure group. It does not claim or execute the structural ministries required to interact as a sovereign peer to other nations. 3. The institutional framework, parallel councils, CRC BGC. Parallel bodies like a government council, BGC, or reconstruction committees, CRC, led by figures like Bgc Crc, fall under a similar category as the DOS, unless they are integrated into a singular, globally recognized sovereign claim. The fractured perception. In international relations, when multiple distinct councils claim to represent the same territory simultaneously without a unified constitutional line of continuity, it creates a major hurdle under international law. The legal hurdle. Superpowers avoid engaging with overlapping parallel councils, because a fundamental rule of statehood is a stable, effective, and unified administrative authority. When representation is split between competing committees, the international community views the situation as a political dispute, rather than a clear state in waiting. Summary. Who is speaking the language of international law? Entity/structure. Model used. Category in international law. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, US Bgie. Government-in-Exile and Peaceful Redeclaration. State-in-Waiting Framework, mimicking the Montevideo architecture of sovereign governance. Ipob DOS. Organizational Directorate. Non-state actor/NGO, focused on civil rights advocacy and grassroots mobilization. Bgc Crc, CRC BGC. Parallel government councils. Internal faction/political committee, lacks the unified singular authority required by foreign states. Conclusion. Structurally and legally, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze's Government-in-Exile framework is the model tailored to act on the international law of statehood. By using peaceful redeclarations and setting up administrative institutions, it shifts its positioning out of the protest and organizational loop and directly onto the legal playing field, where the criteria for statehood and international recognition are evaluated. Lobbying contracts and global context. This broadcast highlights the ongoing friction, structural transitions, and international maneuvering occurring among various self-determination factions as they vie for international visibility.
My people, we are going to draw the curtain here, but we'll come back again tomorrow. Remain blessed. Stay safe. Biafra we are looking for is already here with us, and it has been redeclared. It has been what? Redeclared through our Deputy Prime Minister Ngozi Orabueze. The one with peaceful redecoration is the one that international global community knows as the only government in exile, no other one. Any other one, not parallel faction that are trying to put a little bit confusion that can never survive or to stop this movement. So on this note, we come to the end of today's program. Until we come back again, stay safe, remain focused, wish yourself happy recognition of the USB we are declared as we are moving. It is very, very important. Do not panic. We are on the right track. Destiny can be delayed, but can never be denied. And this delay, it can never be like what we have already gone through. The world is their eyes, is watching. And what are you doing? What are you doing about this government? If you're not doing anything, stop attack. and save yourself from some stress. In USV, we are declared, I stand. I don't know where you stand. Thank you so much for listening. Until we see you again, bye for now.